Cari colleghi, signor Governatore, signori Vicepresidenti, signori relatori, signore e signori, apriamo la seconda giornata di lavori della Conferenza con la sessione dedicata al completamento dell'Unione bancaria e al finanziamento dell'economia reale, che sarà introdotta da un indirizzo di saluto del Vicepresidente del Parlamento europeo, Olli Rehn, e da 4 autorevoli relatori: Ignazio Visco, Governatore della Banca d'Italia, Dario Scannapieco,
Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Nicolas Ferron of the Research Institute, Bruegel Research Institute, a visiting fellow of the Peterson Institute for International Economics, Washington, D.C., Mario Latorre, Professor of Economics of Financial Intermediaries of the La Sapienza University of Rome. So those will be our keynote speakers. After the presentation of our speakers, we will have our debate. And just as we did yesterday afternoon, we have speaking time, and we'll allocate the speaking time based on the number of speakers, but we also have to leave enough time for our speakers to respond. So I would like to invite all of the colleagues who would like to make their statement to please sign up, fill out those little forms, the modules that you have in your folder. And to ensure that we all have enough time for the debate, we decided, as we did yesterday, not to have a coffee break during our proceedings, but all delegates may go to follow the posters and go to the refreshment area outside of the hall. So now I'd like to give the floor to Vice President Olli Rehn.
Thank you, President. Honourable colleagues, I want to first thank the Italian Parliament for organising this conference, and I'm very glad to participate again in this kind of conference. I listened to very carefully the speakers yesterday, which gives one a cross-cutting overview, snapshot of the state of Europe. Though it didn't give very many common narratives, instead a variety of narratives, at least we know where to build bridges, and we have to do it to both directions. I got 2 intertwined takeaways from yesterday's debate, which are related to today's subject. The first is that the banking union, which the European Parliament has strongly supported and shaped, is an essential building block of Europe's crisis response and a key tool to prevent the next crisis, or at least to deal with it effectively through bail-in rules to save taxpayers' money and safeguard financial stability. And the other takeaway is that the Fiscal Compact, or rather the six-pack of reinforced economic governance, has been a necessary instrument to stabilise the European economy by bringing the deficits down from 7% to below 3% and stabilising the level of public debt. But it has not been sufficient to kickstart growth, and I will come back to that in a moment. At the same time, we should not forget where we were in 2010-11 at the rock bottom of the crisis, why we were there and what brought us there. It was the massive and unsustainable macroeconomic imbalances caused by the rapid growth of private and public debt. And these kind of balance sheet recessions have a long shadow of slow, sluggish growth and high level of unemployment with huge human and social costs. Thus, we must not do away with the reinforced economic governance, but instead build on it and use it as the foundation to boost growth by economic reforms and increased investment. Today, Europe's still fragile economic recovery is in danger. The Conflicts in the Middle East and the fallout from the war in Ukraine and from Russia's economic stagnation are weakening investor confidence and dampening economic activity, thus aggravating deflationary pressures, and these deflationary pressures are in turn further depressing economic activity in Europe and worsening unemployment. To save recovery in the European economy, it will be essential to step up economic reform and to increase forcefully the flow of credit to boost productive public and private investment. The European Union's policy mix should better reflect these objectives than is the case today. On this, to save the fragile economic recovery, we need a kind of pact on reform and credit made up of three policies and three kinds of players, a kind of relance à trois. While it must concern all member states, the large economies, Italy, France and Germany, together with the ECB, have a particular responsibility to contribute to such an endeavour. This project should be initiated and facilitated by the incoming European Commission. It's no rocket science. You can find the policy receipts in the country-specific recommendations which have been endorsed both by the Council, ECOFIN Council, as well as the European Parliament. What would this mean in practice? I make 3 points to conclude. And I know that I will get criticism from Rome, from Paris, from Berlin and Frankfurt on this, but I think we have to go over this attitude that it's not my business, it's your business to save Europe's recovery. We all have to do our part and find European solutions at the current juncture. First, there is the need to intensify economic reforms in France to support growth and also to reassure the ECB that its monetary stimulus would have the desired positive effect, not be in vain. It could also convince Germany to do more for investment and demand. Second, and I'm eager to hear Ignacio Visco's point of view on this, the ECB's willingness to go all the way in monetary policy up to a QE2 if needed would help kill the spectre of deflation and justify both the political leaders and members of parliament, peoples of France and Italy, that their efforts in economic reforms are worth and wise road to take. And third, a concrete signal by the German government that it will use its substantial fiscal space as Europe's major surplus economy would have a significant impact on the European economy and an equal psychological impact on the European public. And we need confidence, we need hope in Europe. In a nutshell, with these three work streams, while France and Italy will seriously embrace economic reforms in the labour markets, pension systems, business environments, in support of their economic competitiveness and job creation, and if or once Germany will lift domestic demand and domestic investment, they will do together a great service, the best service to the entire Eurozone, in fact to entire Europe. And dear friends, instead of giving in to narrow national reflexes, this combination would be the best way of pursuing the common European interest. It would be the way to save and strengthen recovery, and as such would be badly needed for the sake of sustainable growth and job creation. And that's what makes the difference between the economic revival and permanent decline of Europe. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Presidente.
Many thanks, Mr. Rehn. Dear colleagues, in recent years, there's been emphasis laid on structural reforms and coordination of economic policies through the so-called European semester mechanism. In this way, balanced growth is tried to be assured while respecting sustainability of public finances, but it's also been understood that the pillars of the member states, according to Article 99 of the Treaty on the Operation of the Community, are of common interest, is something which is supported by the common policy of the policy of the ECB. If we look at the policies to be adopted internally and at the European level, we have to take into account the role of the ECB in facing the current situation. The banking union is based on 3 pillars of a single monitoring system, crisis settlement system and protection of deposits, and this is a fundamental passage to guarantee the stability of the euro area, which is no less important than the rigorous rules which have already been introduced in the area of public finance. In this connection, it is essential to analyze the quality of assets, the asset quality review, in order to develop a general analysis of bank risks and a stress test to verify the solidity of accounts in extreme conditions at the macroeconomic level. The ECB is also important for operations carried out recently, securities market program with regard to certain of the euro countries, including a long-term refinancing operation as well, in which European banks have been provided with low-cost liquidity, the so-called outright monetary transaction, which in actual fact have never been used, and the targeted long-term refinancing operations with which European banks have been provided with liquidity aimed at the provision of loans to companies. In this connection, the decision of the board of the ECB of Tyrol have been important, which we hope will remedy the mechanisms of transmission of monetary policy and will make it possible through the issuing of loans to the private sector, the market will be able to recover. The signals from the initial operations have only been moderately successful. We hope that the coming operations will give us more substantial results. But all these operations of monetary policy, sometimes defined non-conventional, which have allowed us to offset the risk of redenomination, allow member states to take over the important strategic and political decisions. These strategic decisions which have to be implemented in all countries based on the specific recommendations, country recommendations, which are the conclusive act of the so-called European semester and which are an essential support for the budgetary decisions of member states which are imminent for this financial year. In addition to this, however, we need the real economy, as emerged clearly from yesterday's discussion. For countries of the Union, it's essential to return to speak concretely of real economy and investments which allow aggregate demand to provide a support to the growth dynamic of the GDP, which the recent policies containing public expenditure, even though correct, have to some extent squeezed. The investment plan of President Juncker appears to us to be a good solution, and if Europe wants to maintain its driving role in the world economy, we need to have greater investments in Europe. TLTRO should provide a good orientation to the growth of resources, greater resources made available to banks. And they still remain with the point in the Duncan report to separate the structural measures for most risky operations of banks so as to oppose so-called moral hazard. And today's meeting will allow us to deal with these issues, and it's a great pleasure to give the floor to Ignazio Visco, Governor of the Bank of Italy. You have the floor, sir. Many thanks. Chair, thank you very much for this invitation. Distinguished members of Parliament of the European parliaments and the Italian Parliament, the banking union is a fundamental stage in completing the European Union, which has been in response to the crisis of sovereign debt. The increased gap between the yields on euro area government securities, the clearest sign of this crisis, reflects a national component connected with the weaknesses of individual economies and a European one, which is connected to the fears of a breaking down of the monetary union due to the incomplete nature of the institutional design of the area. This is reflected also in the difficulty of fully using the instruments of macroeconomic stabilization and has thus contributed to a more severe crisis. On the national side and on the European side, actions have been taken to combat the tensions. On the one hand, struggling countries have committed themselves to guarantee the adjustment of public finance and, where necessary, to begin structural reforms in order to sustain competitiveness. On the other hand, a process of reform of the economic governance of the Union has been begun, which, even with the limits imposed by the emergency conditions in which it has taken place, has reached important results. The exceptional measures which have been taken by the board of the ECB have supported market liquidity, avoiding a collapse of the credit system, facing severe malfunctioning and distortions which have characterized financial and banking markets nationally. So they have swept away the fears of the collapse of the monetary union. The chair has spoken of these measures, the refinancing measures, the announcement of the intervention on secondary government security markets, and the most recent decisions aimed at refinancing companies by means of the TLTRO program. It's said that this hasn't been successful, but we need to look very carefully at the reasons for the demand there has been so far, and I'm very confident in the fact. Beyond the emergencies caused by the crisis, the banking union responds to the need to reconcile a need to create a single market of banking services with the continuing existence of national monitoring systems. Laws, institution practices, and non-integrated monitoring systems have created elements of segmentation which makes it impossible to fully respond to the benefits of the single market in terms of in brokerage intermediation and better diversification of risks. National authorities also have effects of the asymmetry of information. The need to rediscuss budgetary measures and the monetary measures, definition of the banking union, returning to discuss budgetary issues, and planning a political union have contributed to a lasting recovery, financial stability in the euro area, and better finding conditions in countries which are exposed to tension. Thanks to all these measures, nationally and European, the financial tension in the area have gradually been offset, even though the segmentation of financial markets along national lines is still present. Credit to the economy continues to be squeezed in a number of countries, including Italy. The banking union has three pillars, as we know: the single supervisory mechanism, the single resolution mechanism, and a harmonized deposit insurance system. Both the single supervisory system and the single resolution system extend to all the banks of the euro area, as well as to other countries of the European Union wish to join. The ECB will directly supervise the largest banks, so-called significant banks, and on the others, the national authorities will continue to undertake supervisory activity. Work for a single supervisory activity, which will take place on the 4th of, begin on the 4th of November, has been outstanding. The board and the supervisory authority have already met a number of times, and they have preferred draft decisions for the ECB according to the procedure of non-objections. The establishment of joint supervisory bodies, which will be the main body for this system, has almost be completed. The supervisory manual is about to be completed. The allocation of the supervisory function to the ECB, a monetary authority in the euro area, represents in my opinion, a strong point in the plan for banking union and makes it possible to make use of the existing synergies between monetary policy and supervision. The most important, the importance of this has been shown by the repeated banking crisis in this area. The clear organizational separation, some people express the criticism, say there can be conflicts of interest, but the clear organizational separation between the central bank, between the monetary policy and the supervisory function will extinguish these conflicts, and the synergies will be even greater because of the effect of the allocation of powers for macroprudential supervisory powers to the ECB. This mechanism of single supervision is complemented by a single crisis resolution mechanism. This is based on the centralization of the management of resolution mechanisms in the banks with the resolution committee and establishment of a single fund to contribute to resolution financed by the contributions of banks. This is a mechanism which involves a number of authorities, the ECB, the Commission, the Council, the national monetary authorities, and the complexity should not go against the need for prompt activity in the decision-making process and the because of the short times in which it's necessary to react in a crisis. A number of the operational measures in the mechanism have to be defined. And also, before the end of the idea, the directive on the recovery and resolution of banking crisis, the BNRD, will have to be transposed into domestic law, which will mean that we'll have a wide range of instruments to respond to crisis, and the rapid completion of the necessary passages to respect these deadlines will have to be enacted, and therefore our country will also have to complete this process so that by early 2015 it will be able to establish this single resolution mechanism. The decision to harmonize the deposit systems in the countries is an important step. It's only, however, with a single scheme for deposit insurance in the European banks that it will be possible to have equal treatment for those depositing funds independently of their residents and the residents of the banks to which they give their savings. The comprehensive assessment for most significant banks, which is introductory to single supervision, is almost completed. I won't say anything about this because the work to do this is underway. Will give a main contribution to giving confidence to the European banking system, its possibility to support the recovery. The result of this this exercise undertaken by the ECB and the national monetary authorities will be disclosed in October. Despite the complexities, this exercise took place according to plan, thanks to the resources made available by the authorities. As clarified in the report last week, the capital requirements of the exercise have to be satisfied by means of resorting to private resources. Apart from the capital requirements which take into account the situation at the end of 2013. We should recall that major results have already been obtained this year, strengthening the initiatives taken in previous years. In Italy, a number of intermediaries have been involved, and there has been involved 130 and have increased the transparency of financial statements. There's also been 40 billion added to net assets in Italy. Thanks to these activities, banks will better be able to face possible needs for strengthening as a regard of this exercise. Single supervision in Europe is based on very solid basis. The criteria used taken from the best national practice, and these characterize the emphasis on the close relationship between different types of assessment and the relevance which is given to the prospective elements, and the close relationship between the analysis results and corrective measures. With the entry into force of the directive, which enacts the decisions of Basel III. A number of very important rules have been introduced. At the same time, in a brief time, the rules to modify primary laws and the single banking tax or single finance tax in Italy in order to provide a full availability of the monitoring and supervisory activities. All national authorities will be involved in this exercise. And we obviously should not underassess the difficulties which may ensue from the complex architecture. Good working of a system of this kind will require strong guidance on the part of the European authorities, adopting shared practices, full cooperation on the part of all participants, and a truly European view. The effectiveness of the banking activity will also depend on the single resolution and supervisory mechanisms and their effect to recover healthy banks which are currently struggling to health, and therefore it's necessary that the exchange of information and cooperation between the various authorities involved occur effectively. The functioning of this mechanism will be even more effective if we go beyond the some current national mechanisms which are not in line. Therefore, we need to move towards a more clear and uniform mechanism, which is the basis for a truly integrated banking system. In perspective, I think we really need a European banking law. The exercise of supervising bank and the European review measure will have a positive effect on bank funding. But the capacity of the banks of the Eurozone will be able to support recovery better. In the medium term, however, it's important that the funding of companies derive more extensively than today from the capital markets in order to make the productive system less dependent on banking credit, a requirement which concerns the euro area as a whole, and some countries such as Italy in a particularly urgent way. The response to this requirement has to take into account the productive fabric in each economy, in particular considering the importance of SMEs, which have greater difficulty in accessing markets. Banks themselves can help the access of markets to the market by the agenda of the Italian presidency attributes great importance to develop sources of finance in markets and non-banking financial markets. Moving from the many important proposals that have been made, particularly by the European Commission, a number of priorities have been indicated towards the implementation phase. An important lever is providing companies incentives which allow them better to resort to risk capital in order to promote the funding of medium and long-term investments, including research and development, and to reducing their financial vulnerability. The reduction of fiscal debt in favor of risk capital moves in this direction, and strengthening the financing funds, non-banking funding, in particular for SMEs, requires the development of specialized financial brokers such as equity funds and debt funds who invest in loans, securities and equity issued by unlisted companies. This semester could see the final approval of the regulation on the European long-term investment funds, an important step to stimulate their activity in Europe.
Ringrazio il Governatore Visco e do su.
Thank you, Governor Visco. Now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Mario Scannapie, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. You have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, honourable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for this invitation to take part in the conference here today. Most European countries, external financing of businesses, in particular smaller businesses, depends very much on the banking sector. But the crisis has led to us having a very fragmentary European bank market, and this is slowing down economic recovery. When we look backwards, we see that a lot has been done so far to mitigate this fragmentation. Non-conventional policies have been adopted by the ECB to sterilize the systemic liquidity risk. Progress has also been made towards a more efficient institutional setup of the European banking market. These are positive results. They would have been unthinkable at the beginning of the crisis. Nonetheless, much remains to be done to release financing to business, support investment, and hence stimulate growth. Particularly looking at businesses, and in particular SMEs, which account for roughly 92% of European business, it is essential that along with providing liquidity in this phase, we support further development of the market through the capacity to take on risk in the banking sector. At an aggregate level, businesses have replaced the lower lending levels of bank with their own resources wherever possible, and also by issuing bonds on the capital market. I have a slide. I hope it can be shown now. It shows that development. Although the share of bonds compared to the total corporate debt grew from roughly 7.5% at the peak crisis in 2008 to about 11.5% at end 2013, it still cannot compensate the credit crunch. And the diversification of financing sources has remained confined almost exclusively to the major corporations or to businesses with much more developed corporate bond markets. In the meantime, and here too, please show the slide, the quality of credit overall has worsened in Europe. The share of non-performing loans on the total loans has increased in all EU countries. In some cases, it has reached extremely high levels. Currently, an asset quality review is ongoing, along with stress tests of the banks, and this is an opportunity to relaunch the non-performing loans market. Banks will have to accurately review their assets. They will have to set aside reserves to cover any possible write-downs, as the governor just described. And there will be incentives for them to put in the market portfolios of non-performing loans to release capital that can be used for new lending operations. Standardization of the European definition of non-performing loans, a more effective legal framework to enforce the rights of creditors, a system of tax deductions on reserves and write-downs are all factors that can contribute to relaunching the non-performing loans market, which is a market that holds out huge potential for investors. Estimates range from between 700 to 1,500 billion euros. But let's return to the SMEs. To limit their dependence on banks, their financing sources must be much more diversified. Markets such as mini-bonds, private equity, venture capital in Europe are all markets that can grow. There's potential for growth. Moreover, we need to revive the European market of asset-backed securities. The market for this Europe is about 1/4 the size of the corresponding United States market. From 2008 till today, the securitization market in Europe decreased by 30%. The demand for securities was inhibited by the recession, by investors' concern because of the crisis, the poor reputation that ABS has gained in 2008, and the very tight regulation that was introduced later. Development of securitization markets to provide credits to SMEs would help transform relatively illiquid loans into liquid activity with tangible advantages for banks, for SMEs, for investors, and for the economy as a whole. The need to relaunch the ABS market to improve the overall conditions of the credit market has recently been emphasized by the European Central Bank that announced its program for ABS purchasing. But relaunching the securitization market in Europe must also require a more gradual regulatory approach. A recent study by Standards & Poor's showed that the default rate of securitization issued in the European Union between 2007 and 2013 was a mere 0.05% against 18.4% for the same type of issues in the United States in the same period. Now, it's obvious that we have to maintain a good level of prudence towards what are very complex structures, but it's also important to avoid a highly penalizing regulatory overshooting for investors and to relaunch the securitization market. For example, in the new Basel III framework, risk weighting proposed for the AAA tranche are up to 8 times higher than the current regulation provides. So the future regulatory framework will have to make a clear distinction between low quality and high quality securitization. The latter must receive a treatment that is much closer to the actual level of risk incorporated. Another policy option to deal with the bank's ability to take on risk is the use of credit guarantees. This is an instrument that has developed quite extraordinarily throughout the crisis. It consists in guarantees on loans to debtors, such as SMEs, that have limited access to credit by covering a share of the default risk of the loan. Credit guarantees are typically furnished by national governments, private entities, international financial institutions, such as the European Investment Fund that I have the honor of chairing. By reducing the risk associated with lending, guarantee schemes make it possible to develop credit, to improve its conditions, to provide loans to debtors who otherwise would be excluded from the credit market. The key challenge in planning these guarantee programs is to find the right balance between financial sustainability on the one hand and financial and economic gain on the other. The credit risk must be shared in a very balanced way by creditor, debtor, and guarantor. At this point, if I may, and I would like to point to this slide, I would like to focus on what the European Investment Bank group is offering to the SMEs. This is one of the main activities of the bank. Last year, between the European Investment Fund and the European Investment Bank, 22 billion euros were given as loans to SMEs, with financing for over 50 billion euros for the SMEs themselves. The loans that are intermediated by the banking system are a tool that small businesses can access more easily. But through the European Investment Bank, the group was able to create specific products to cover specific market gaps, products that at times are focused on individual geographical areas with the cooperation of local authorities, or on individual sectors, or on certain risk segments that the market isn't ready to take on. The range of instruments goes from traditional lending to investments in venture capital funds and private equity to guarantees on credit portfolios, senior and mezzanine tranches, and also ABSs. And regarding the asset-backed securities, I would say that the European Investment Fund's expertise and the type of activity that it is already carrying out may be complementary to the program announced by the ECB to buy asset-backed securities. To conclude, the banking market is blocked. It requires policy action to stimulate credit. This stimulus in what is a strongly bank-based economy, such as the European one, means stimulating economic growth. Simply providing liquidity on its own cannot be the only measure that will overcome the constraints in accessing credit for the real economy. We need other solutions that will make it possible to shift the credit risk from the balances of commercial banks. So there are different ways in which this can be achieved through European policies. We can expand the range of financing sources for European businesses, restore European banks' ability to lend by eliminating the obstacles that make it impossible for them to take on higher risk levels, and concentrate the efforts of the public sector there where the market cannot provide effective solutions. In this presentation, I focused on SMEs because that is where we can have the most powerful impact on job creation. But clearly, initiatives that will facilitate access to financing for small and medium-sized businesses must, at this point in time, be part of more broad-based policies to support aggregate demand and to revive investment. There are some positive signals on the need to revive investments that emerged, for instance, from the recent informal ECOFIN that was held in Milan. And the European Investment Bank and the Commission have been asked to prepare a report. In the area of infrastructure, too, the range of available financial instruments has been expanded involving the private sector, for instance, project bonds or ad hoc guarantee schemes. However, in a context where the margin for maneuvers is reduced for the possibility of expansionary fiscal policies by the private sector in many countries, and there are low levels still of private investment because of the uncertainty of the economic trends, because of inefficiencies, the challenge is difficult, but it is not impossible. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Scannapieco, and I would like to give the floor to our next speaker.
Visiting Fellow Val Peterson Institute for International Economics, Washington. Prego, Professore.
Grazie mille, buongiorno. Many
thanks. Good morning. Many thanks to the organizers for the invitation. It's a great honor for me. Since I'm not here to represent a member state, but in order to present an external position, I hope my French fellow citizens will allow me to speak in English.
I'm going to speak today about banking union. Thank you. My starting point and bottom line, I guess, is that banking union is a big deal. It's very important. It's also extremely complex, and it has been far less debated in this type of debate than equally important issues of fiscal and monetary policy. So to try to make it slightly simpler, at the risk of being sometimes simplistic, I have attempted to reduce it into 9 simple questions. There's a paper that supports this presentation. The paper is available on the tables. It goes into much more detail, of course, than I can do in a few minutes of oral presentation, so I can only encourage you to have a look at it. A lot of the paper is about really current developments. I've tried to make it as updated as possible to make it an interesting read. So I'll go with my 9 questions and some elements for the debate here. First, what is banking union? Well, obviously it's the initiative to pool the instruments and responsibilities for banking policy from the national to the European level. And it's also the framework that would result from this process of transition. There are 2 pieces of legislation, the single supervisory mechanism, single resolution mechanism. All this is well known. There is also a single rule book which supports this, particularly in issues of capital and leverage, resolution processes with the BRD, and deposit insurance with a degree of harmonization. The point I want to make here is that banking union is not specifically a euro area policy. It's open to other member states. It's not really an internal market policy. It doesn't include all member states. And if you look at the policy rationale, it's also somewhere in between. It's not just a geographic intermediate space that if some non-Eurozone countries join, which is likely, I guess, in the next 2-3 years will probably be called the banking union area, but it's also a policy framework of its own, which is not part of the euro area policy framework, not really part of the internal market. Even so, the legislation obviously is sort of in between, because SSM is EMU legislation under Article 127.6, and SRM is single market legislation. So why do we have a banking union? I guess the short answer is because the previous combination, which was to have EU integration, the internal market and the single currency, with national supervisory framework which supported and enabled what one may term banking nationalism, supporting national champions in the pan-European competition, proved to be unsustainable. This combination, and especially banking nationalism, had a big role in the build-up of risks before the start of the crisis in 2007, and have had a big role as well in the inability to resolve this crisis after 2007 for 5 years, and indeed for the preference for bailouts financed by taxpayer money as opposed to market discipline. And then we had a well-known sequence, an escalating sequence of commitments by sovereigns, excessive guarantees on the banking sectors, which put a heavy burden on sovereign balance sheets or off-balance sheet commitments, and then the vicious circle. No consensus on fiscal union, which would have been a way to break the vicious circle, and therefore banking union, the only remaining option to prevent the breakup of the Eurozone. And this is how we had the decision point in the landmark summit of 28-29 June 2012. But it's an incomplete framework. This also is well known. Not all EU countries are covered, of course. Not all banks, even in the euro area, are covered because small banks were exempted, and they're particularly numerous in Germany, Austria, and Italy. Not all components of banking policy are covered. Resolution is a halfway house. It's not the real single resolution mechanism. It's a hybrid between European and national. Deposit insurance remains essentially national. There is no pooling of resources, which means that the guarantee is on a country-by-country basis. And consumer protection and other areas of conduct of business regulation are completely outside of the banking union framework. They remain national as well, and as is well known too, there are connections between these issues and issues of financial stability. Why is it incomplete? Of course, there is political resistance. I think what's important as well is that the decision-making has been very ad hoc. This has been decided as a response to a situation of crisis, and this made it very difficult to bind all participants, all member states, in a common framework. So there have been many exceptions, but I would say out of necessity, and I'm not sure this was avoidable. So how effective has been the implementation of those decisions been so far? I'm pretty sanguine here. I think that given the constraints of what was happening in the EU, and after, I'm not talking about the first 5 years of crisis, 2007 and until 2012, which I see as a time of policy paralysis as regards the banking sector and basically time lost. But I think in the last 2 years there has been a lot of action. The legislation has been adopted very quickly, and I think here credit has to go to the legislators at the EU level, including the European Parliament. The ECB has, maybe with a slow start, but then has gotten into very active preparation, and I think the ECB is broadly on track now to meet its deadline on 4th of November, as Governor Visco reminded us. And what strikes me, I don't know about Italy in particular, but what strikes me is that when I look at member states, authorities, and the ECB in the process of the comprehensive assessment now and the single supervisory mechanism tomorrow, I see a lot of cooperation. Of course, I don't see everything, and probably there is some acrimony behind the scenes. This is inevitable in that sort of process. But I think what external observers can see, and I think there are important signals there, is that actually there's a good deal of alignment of incentives, of alignment of views between national supervisors and the ECB as a supervisor. And I think this is important to note because it was not a foregone conclusion. So will the comprehensive assessment, the process of asset quality review and stress tests, will it be credible? Of course, it's too early to tell. We'll have the results in about a month's time, as Governor Visco told us. It certainly will be more credible than in 2010 and 2011 for a number of reasons. The framework is much more robust and the incentives are better aligned. However, there are still doubts about the robustness of this exercise. There are technical and operational challenges, of course. It's hugely complex, lots of work to be done, and not everything can be done perfectly. Maybe more tricky, there is a tension with the monetary policy and the macro concerns of the ECB, obviously deleveraging, possible systemic instability if there are vast capital shortfalls that are revealed through the AQR. This is difficult to manage, but also institutional constraints. As I mentioned, the cooperation with the national supervisors is a plus. I think it's very good news, but it also binds the ECB. It restricts the ECB to make massive announcements of capital shortfalls that would embarrass the national supervisors. So the transition is very tricky. And of course, there is political resistance against banking restructuring, banking sector restructuring in all of the member states, including the largest and more solid of them. So only time will tell. I reserve my judgment. I'm pretty optimistic at this point that the comprehensive assessment will largely meet its objective to restore trust. But that's really a hunch, not an analysis, and we'll have to judge on the results. And actually the results will not only be in late October, it may take a while into 2015 for a number of technical reasons that are explained in the paper. A number of the findings of the ECB in the context of the AQR will not result in the announcement of capital shortfalls immediately next month. Some of this may have to be delayed, and that's an inevitable constraint of the process. So maybe the most important question here, is this helpful? Does it help to fight, manage, and ultimately resolve the crisis in the euro area and the European Union? I think the answer is an unqualified yes. And the reason I believe that is that more than the consensus perhaps, I believe that banking union was the key enabler of the OMT program, the positive contagion, and the turnaround of market sentiment in mid-2012. And this is, of course, not something the ECB can say, because the ECB is an independent institution, so it will not say, I've been able to do the OMT because there was a political decision made 1 month before by the political leaders. But actually, when you look at what key decision makers have been saying in the past 2 years, I think there is a clear picture that emerges, and here again, there are some more details in the paper. So if you accept this, the OMT market impact has been so massive, perhaps beyond what its designers even had hoped for, that one can say that the contribution of banking union has already been extraordinary. Now, of course, it's not the end of it. And we're waiting for the results of the comprehensive assessment, which, if successful, could go a long way towards restoring trust, better credit allocation, and less fragmented markets. But I think in terms of fragmentation, not talking about trust, but really just a question of fragmentation between different markets in the euro area financial space, there's a lot of hope, because basically the ECB will have very strong incentives to remove the sort of ring fencing we have seen, to decrease the home bias in portfolios of sovereign debt that banks hold, especially in the periphery. So I'm very optimistic that banking union will really be a structural change that will prove to brings the banking sector towards a much better situation than the one we've had in the past few years. Now, of course, all this remains to be seen, and I'll use my remaining time to look ahead, so necessarily with some risk of, even more risk of being wrong, because I'm talking about the future now. How much bank restructuring will happen in the next 18 months or so, and how will it be managed? So, of course, depending on the results of the comprehensive assessment, if the comprehensive assessment says, well, everything is fine, then we won't have much restructuring. Conversely, if the comprehensive assessment says, well, there are a lot of problems, we may have a lot of bank restructuring. And my point here is basically that the Espiritu Santo is the new normal. Basically, the marketplace has completely accepted the fact that shareholders are wiped out, hybrid or junior debt is converted into equity or written down. So basically, bail-in works for junior debt. For senior debt, we don't have bail-in at this point, and we're unlikely to have it. As you know, state aid rules don't impose it. There is not really a way to make it uniform from one member state to another until early 2016. Of course, I'm talking of the transition period before the bail-in provisions of the BRD kick in. And so I think what we have is really the sort of framework from a financial perspective, as we saw with Espiritu Santo. Now, there's a big question, which I won't enter into the details here, is there a way that banks and assets that come under public control as a result of this restructuring can be managed jointly? And here I'm not talking about financial burden sharing. I'm just talking about joint management of assets under separate accounts by a single entity. There is a bit of the outline of a proposal in the paper. I think this may become an important discussion going forward. And of course, it's important to keep nationalism at bay. If there are M&A acquisitions that need to result from this restructuring, a lot of them should be cross-border in terms of competition, in terms of market integration, in terms of the soundness of the system. So we'll have to accept that. The medium-term impact, I think we'll have a lot of cross-border bank consolidation in the next 5 years in Europe. So we'll really have a different landscape because that's what happens always after massive systemic crisis like the one we had. A more difficult question is whether we'll have new banks coming after the big fire from the grassroots. And I think this depends on policy choices, not least from the ECB. It's an important question for economic development. Also, it remains an open question how much senior debt bail-in we'll have in the future in terms of market discipline. Of course, the BRD says a lot, but what's important is really to observe practice, and I think the market remains to be convinced here. I think there will be a lot of development of non-bank finance in Europe. What Mr. Scannapieco told us in particular gives a sense of direction. Also, the presentation by Governor Visco, this is a capital markets union. It's important for the future. We'll have, I think, increasing cohesion within the SSM from a good starting point, as I said. So really a cohesive system at the European level, at least in the baseline scenario. And I think also the ECB as a supervisor will become very prominent both inside the EU among different institutions, but also externally. For example, in the Basel Committee, in the Financial Stability Board, it will give the EU or the Eurozone much more heft and a much more common voice, and this will have impact for global discussion. So I think that's important. Finally, what's the legislative agenda? We're in Parliament here. So what does that mean in terms of laws? And I have very little time remaining, so I'll just list them. The single rule book remains unfinished. For example, bank structure, we had different initiatives in France, Germany, other countries. So there is really an issue of harmonization and completing the framework. I think there are a lot of issues in accounting and auditing, which I won't dwell upon for lack of time. There are issues for non-banks and the need for centralized supervision of some non-banks. This is controversial, of course, but I think some market infrastructures such as central counterparties come to mind. Bank insolvency is a huge challenge. We won't have a real single resolution regime without a common, a single insolvency framework for at least the large banks. That's a huge challenge. Tax issues, of course, for market integration. Global compliance, we're not compliant with Basel III in the EU at this point with the CRR. This is something that will have to be corrected, I believe, at some point. And of course, the really big tickets here, Capital Markets Union has been already commented upon. I don't want to expand here. There is a bit more in the paper, but this is very much a debate going forward for the new Commission. And also, if there is treaty change, there are a number of things that will need to be fixed in banking union. Also some details in the papers. But I'll stop here and look forward to a stimulating debate today. Thank you very much.
Ringrazio professor.
Thank you, Professor Véron. I'd like to give the floor to Mario La Torre, Professor of Economics of Financial Intermediaries at La Sapienza University, Rome. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, distinguished members of Parliament. It is very important to deal with an issue such as inclusive finance, which is something which deserves our attention also because the considerable social dimension of the new economic policies at the European level. And therefore it's important both because inclusive finance, and I'll be focusing on microcredit and impact investing, can be important tools in promoting this social dimension of union policies, and also because they can be interpreted as useful operational measures for solutions to the short circuit, which we've mentioned yesterday and today, the need to develop investments on the one hand and the constraints of the Fiscal Compact on the other. Also useful because it can be useful to bring some welfare economics into the picture. And I really prefer economists to quote Buchanan, the Nobel Prize laureate, who he defined economists of imagination rather than scientist economists. these economists are the ones that point out that economic rules are conventions established by man and not irrevocable natural laws. I'd like to show, therefore, that microcredit and impact investing can be functional to these goals. Starting for a simple consideration, microcredit is a small-scale credit addressed to people who are excluded financially or socially from the market, and therefore has a role on the credit market which is specific and is particularly important when there is a credit squeeze. But there is an important link between microcredit and growth, which is qualitative. So we don't just have the classic mechanism of transmission, financing, production of wealth and employment. The fact is that this type of financing is addressed to people who are not usually reached by traditional credit mechanisms. So it is a tool which not only can stimulate growth, but can also stimulate sustainable growth, because it promotes a fair distribution of wealth and also a fair distribution of job opportunities. A recent investigation of the National Agency for Microcredit has estimated that microcredit has a 2.43 multiplier for job creation. Not a huge number, but significant. A few weeks ago in Parliament here, we presented the report of the Task Force on Social Impact Investments, which was established within the G7 framework, and I'm very glad to be Italian member of this group. And this report showed that impact investing can be a fundamental tool to overcome the short-circuiting between investments and the constraints of the Fiscal Compact. So impact investing is something which has a social or environmental impact, but also has an economic return, a financial return for investments. And it's based on a public-private partnership from which private investors benefit, but also governments. Why is this? Because the yield or the return for the people funding the project is linked to the achievement of social goals. In this way, the government can promote investments, particularly in the welfare sector, but does not have to cover the expenses itself. And from an economic standpoint, the return it offers to private investments is linked to the savings which government makes because of the achievement of social goals. So microcredit is an instrument which can be used inside the architectures of social impact investing, and it also acquires an extra dimension to classic credit activities, as a dimension which makes it easier to solve this short circuit between supporting investments and the Fiscal Compact constraints. Now, if this is true, and there are other data which I don't have the time to bring to your attention, perhaps it's worthwhile thinking of the policy actions which might be established so as to support the microcredit market and impact investment in general. I've summarize this as regulatory activity, instruments and activities which concern market governance. In the text which I've made available, you'll find 15 specific policy activities in these three areas. Here I can only give you a summary. From a regulatory point of view, the summary basically focuses on the need to follow the indications of the European Commission in 2007, namely to create favorable environments, favorable regulatory environments for microcredit. But today, only France, Roma, and Italy have a specific law on microcredit, and Italy has yet to enact the enabling laws. So I think that the suggestion, the condition could be repeated to the member states, and perhaps you could take it up and also address it within your national fora. It's also true that the regulatory framework has to be subject to harmonization at the European level, so there's a level playing field for operators also with regard to access to European funds which are devoted to these market areas. Second important regulatory area is prudential supervision. Here, in view of the prudential supervision for microcredit entities and the social enterprises which deal with microcredit and the requirements of Basel II and Basel III, which concern banks and financial operators wanting to operate in these markets. The principle of better regulation is not easy to solve, but an attempt must be made. And one final important aspect which concerns fiscal policies is that when an attempt is made to increase investments, fiscal incentives are also always referred to, and these again clash with budgetary constraints. The philosophy of impact investing can be useful in this area too, because we need to rethink the policy of fiscal incentives, not linking it to investments but to goal attainment. Here we speak of compensatory impact investing. In obviously what we're trying to do is to get more funds for these markets, and in that connection there are two comments I'd like to make. One is classic but important: the need to improve guarantee funds and use public funds as a leverage for private funds. Here, Italy has approved a law which extended the central guarantee fund for SMEs to microcredit activity, so this might be a model at the European level. But allow me also to look forward and also think of the possible role of the public on capital markets. Why can't we think of issuing public securities which have an ethical nature, which are referred to microcredit projects and social impact investments? These public securities could then be important in monetary policies as open to purchase in relation to future programs announced by the ECB, and they might also be linked to the ideas of Euro Union bonds. And finally, some words on market governance. Obviously, all these operations need a clear strategic vision. The dimension of microcredit operators and the social enterprises working in impact investing are very small. So it's necessary, in order to catalyze funds, we have to have mechanisms to pool these entities and aggregate them. We need national aggregating mechanisms, and these could also take on the form of a certifying body, which is an activity which is included in the 2014-2020 planning program. Similar mechanisms are available in microcredit, for example, Apex in developing countries, and therefore there's no need to look very far in history. It's also true that some recent forecasts with regard to some functions which have been attributed to the National Agency for Microcredit and the Deposit and Loan Fund are signals in this area. And one final comment on the process of single supervision. It might seem to be strange to bring this up in relation to microcredit and impact investing, but it is an issue which needs to be considered. With regard to assessing systems risk, there'll be a national supervision of microcredit operators. But in each country, you have to define the best authority to undertake this activity. I'd like to point out that monitoring and supervision for microcredit is not just based on monetary parameters, but also on quality parameters, which are generally not part of the scrutiny of the supervisory authorities. Also, we need greater coordination between the national supervisory authorities and greater dialogue between them. And it's also necessary to identify which This is a topic which could be discussed in the coming months, since the governor reminded us that as of November the process will be starting up practically. It's necessary to decide which authority at the European level will decide who's going to be responsible for the supervision of microcredit. And something else, in the Guide to Social Innovation 2013, the Commission's already outlined in various steps what government should do in order to have a directing role and a guiding role for inclusive finance. I'd like to conclude with simply with a suggestion, and I'd like to quote the words of a German philosopher, Martin Heidegger, who knew a lot about thought, and he said substantially that the innermost part of technique has nothing to do with technique, and that if society develops following technique, we will look at its beauty in the same way as we look at the beauty of a fossil. Let's avoid Europe following this fate. Thank you, Professor Latorre, and the other keynote speakers for these very comprehensive statements. And I'll open to discussion. We have a really high number of people who've on the list of speakers, 26. And to make it possible for everybody to speak, I'll give 2 minutes to each of the speakers so that the keynote speakers will have the opportunity of replying. And I'd like to ask them to also restrict their replies as much as possible. I'd like to give the floor, starting with Manuel Salazin.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, I think we can see that the step that we're currently taking towards the banking union is a very important one for the European Union, because the understanding that the crisis was not just a sovereign debt crisis, but that we also have to be able at the European level to increase the credibility of the European Union and to deal with the banking problem. This is something that's very important. On the many trips that we do with the German Bundestag, we visited many countries affected by the crisis, and in all of the countries I heard that providing liquidity to small and medium-sized companies is a very important issue. Embarking on this voyage was not easy for German policymakers, because in Germany not everybody understands that you have to look after banks so that young people can have jobs and healthy small and medium-sized enterprises don't die. So I think it is important to highlight that Europe is making a step ahead in this direction. But for us it was important that it's not only the taxpayers who are paying. It also needs to be embedded in the system that the creditors also have to be involved. As far as the banking union is concerned, a big compromise has been achieved, and everybody can see that a step in the right direction has been made, that it's not only the taxpayers who rescue the banks, but that the creditors are also participating. But if we look at the stress test, I think it is extremely important before the backdrop of the introduction of the banking union starting January 1st, 2016, and the possibly developing need to act prior to this, all states of the Eurozone, the European Union, all those states that participate in the banking union, the bail-in and the directive on single resolution, we really see that all of these rules are implemented. This is important to tell everybody that there is a level playing field. I know that there are problems with national implementation, and I'd like to appeal to you that this joint way towards the banking union in 2016 should really be embarked upon together.
Grazie. Do la parola a André Postema.
Dear colleagues, it's crucial to realize the European banking union as soon as possible. This should include a single supervisory mechanism based on a comprehensive rulebook, a single resolution mechanism based on the principles of bail-in, and that is clearly not to be restricted to junior debt only. And of course, a harmonized deposit guarantee scheme. Moreover, it should include the adoption of the recommendation of the Liikanen report on the prevention of excessive risk-taking in the financial sector by separating core bank activities from speculative and proprietary trading. My friends, I would take the opportunity of this Article 13 conference to ask your attention for one possible flaw in the whole setup of the banking union so far. And that is the lack of an adequate supervision of the ECB itself by the European Court of Audit on the level of individual banks, of individual bank files, I must say. Nowadays, several of the national courts of audit do have access to the supervision files of central banks concerning individual banks. However, in the delegation of supervisory powers towards the ECB, the transfer of these specific auditing powers is not included so far. This is clearly an important missing link in the supervisory structure of the European Banking Union. My question to Vice President Olli Rehn and to Governor Ignacio Visco is whether the Commission is willing to take up this point and safeguard a proper role for the European Court of Audit in the European Banking Union. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Kristina Skorowska has the floor.
Chairman, banking union should increase stability and improve supervision over the banking sector in Europe, especially in times of debt crisis. It is vital to save the taxpayers from paying the costs of mismanagement and excessive risks of banks and financial institutions, which led to the outbreak of the financial crisis. Polish supervision authority is functioning well. Poland not only did not suffer recession, our public debt is under control, but we also avoided any serious damages to our banking sector. That is why Poland actively contributed to the negotiation of the banking union final regulation, sharing our positive experience and expertise. We are still ahead of the decision whether to join the banking union, but as the stability of the financial sector of the Eurozone is very important to us. We will carefully analyze the situation. Regardless of the above, it is important that the new regulations won't harm the supervision mechanisms of the financial sectors of member states which will be outside the banking union. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie. La parola a Constantino.
Thank you. And now Konstantinos Markopoulos has the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, distinguished speakers and dear colleagues. We decided in Europe the bank union to prevent a repetition of the systemic crisis in the lending sector, and we want safe and strong banks to refinance our economy, the real economy. But the question is, which is real economy for all of us? Do we agree about the real economy? The crisis raises two paradoxes. The first paradox is that the countries that need quicker financing of their growth are these with higher debts, that are under austerity measures, that are under a weak demand, domestic demand, and this situation is giving to these countries, as a result, higher cost of money for their private sector and, of course, more non-performing loans. This is the paradox. And this paradox says that the more we need money, the higher is the cost. This is a monetary rule. Is it a policy rule that we want? The second paradox is that we speak for real economy. Without a solid agreement, what is real economy for all of us? For example, the real economy is the same for Germany and for Greece, for the North and the South. Or is it different? Mr. Scanapero said something very useful about the SMEs. The question is, How much percentage of SMEs do we want in our economy? Do we have a strategy for this? Do we have policies for the SMEs? And, yes please, I'm finishing. All these are questions that need answers, and we have to make quick decisions. In otherwise, North will be contaminated from the deflation of the South. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille.
Many thanks. Hans Michelbach has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I think we all agree that we should predominantly focus on dealing with the financial crisis, because we all share the view that the economic and financial crisis, as well as the sovereign debt crisis in Europe, which is still lingering on, have shown us very clearly that only by restructuring the banking sector can more stability be achieved. I do hold the view that the regulation of the banking union can make a major contribution in order to reach this objective. I'm convinced that the stability of the Eurozone can be strengthened and the European financial system can be made more secure. The banking union is thus the most important project since the introduction of the euro. This should not be forgotten, and this should be given an utmost priority. The bank supervision, with the help of the ECB, will ensure a much higher level of supervision and mitigate dangers and risks that can emerge in the financial sector and be detected at an early stage. Risky banks can be bailed out in a slowly and surely fashion without endangering the entire financial system. The new introduction of the guarantee scheme is meant to see to it that the owners and the creditors of the banks themselves have to take on their financial responsibility. If the capital of these players will not suffice from 2016 onwards, the newly created European Banking Resolution Fund will be used. Its funds need to be geared only and need to be levied only and exclusively from the banks, depending on the efficiency of the banks. If these funds do not suffice, the ESM and the taxpayers can be held responsible in order to provide additional funding. But it's a financial provider of the last resort. This would be a very important step towards a fair distribution of the burden in resolving weak banks. And I hope that this will not lead any further distortions in the field of competition between banks, where no harmonized tax provisions do exist in the European Union in connection with the taxation of banks which need to be resolved. This is a very important point. We don't want the taxpayer to be burdened once again. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. And now I'd like to give the floor to Lord Lyndon Harrison.
In the House of Lords report on banking union, we asked the United Kingdom government to consider joining banking union. My first question is to Nicholas Veron. I agree that the banking union should be fully implemented. What are the problems if a deposit guarantee scheme is not included? And would he say a little bit more about the importance of the single rule book? To all witnesses, will you talk about the single resolution mechanism, which the House of Lords thinks has too little money, €55 billion provided for it, and is too complex to actually achieve a resolution over a weekend? To Dino Pieko, the EIB, will you tell us more your understanding of the Capital Markets Union? Does it work for the EU 18 or for the EU 28? And will you also say how we unlock the non-performing loans market? To Governor Ignazio Visco, could you say a little more about what you do for accountability for the central bank and what the European Central Bank might do more in order to improve its own accountability? And going back to Nicholas Veron, who shares worries about the European Central Bank, which I believe is now taking up responsibility for member states in so many areas, could he articulate that concern and worry he has? And finally, for all the witnesses, Whatever has happened to Liikanen? Could you explain where we are there and the importance or otherwise of dividing the banks to have a more effective and efficient future? And in my concluding remarks, I thank Olli Rehn and Nicholas Wren for coming before my committee recently. Many thanks indeed.
Grazie mille.
Many thanks. Karim Berger has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Many thanks to our keynote speakers for their explanations. I'd like to raise 2 points. One point concerns regulation, the other concerns the financing of the economy. Point on regulation, we've established common rules, particularly Basel III, and the mechanisms which weren't functioning well, with too many people taking too many risks, and uncontrolled markets have been remedied. The establishment of these mechanisms certainly limit risk within the European Union, but all the partner countries of the European Union and have some difficulty in applying these new rules. Could we have a solid and secure mechanism for all the Europeans if we have to convince all countries in the world that the European rules are the best ones to follow? And the second point refers to the financing of the economy. Certainly a banking union allows support to be given to banks which might find themselves in trouble in coming years. But I'd like to draw the attention of my colleagues to the fact that the ECB, after its resources were multiplied by 3, has been divided by a half over the last 3 years. So I can't understand, with resources which were reduced by a half at the ECB and contracting fund resources in banks in Europe, when we have a same kind of problems which Japan have had with bad debts, when we have more bad debts or suspect debts in the European Union because of these mechanisms. So William Cash now has the floor, says the Chair.
He's not here. Can he speak in another few minutes? Sorry, he's just walked in.
Thank you. Allora diamo la parola.
Then we give the floor to Alain Lamassoure. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank our speakers. The many decisions that have been taken regarding regulation in the banking union have led to a decrease in the bank's ability to lend. And on their side, the states either don't have the budgetary space, the budgetary room for maneuver to lend, or they don't have the political will to. And on the other hand, we also have SMEs that would have projects that need financing for these projects. And there are many peripheral states that also have projects that they would like to launch to support their economy. And we've seen a fragmentation of capital markets in Europe, as very well explained by our panelists. Certainly banking supervision, common banking supervision, common regulations, setting out the necessary conditions to overcome the fragmentation have been taken. Will it be enough? We do note that there is a lack of cross-border mergers of banks, and each bank tries to keep in its own country, in its own comfortable position. Professor Paolo Savona told us yesterday there are 2 ways to deal with excessive debt, either inflation or default. But there's a third solution, which consists in transforming debt into equity. And that's what Germany did on a large scale at the time of the reunification, with the Treuhandanstalt and for all of the other, for all the businesses of the former East Germany. Could we imagine, and this is my question, a similar transformation of debt into equity with private capital in the framework of a single European capital market that would work effectively? Or, second option, could it be done with a public fund, and this is one of the roles of European Investment Bank branch, because we do need to find the way to finance investment without increasing debt levels. Thank you. Thank you. And now Sir William has joined us. He has the floor.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I just nipped outside for a minute. Basically, one of the things that troubles me about this whole banking union process, and I accept the fact that we did not join the Fiscal Compact, but of course it does affect us, and I just simply say this. The question, I think, has to be examined as to whether or not, given what we heard from our German friends the other day and so on, that there is a big crisis in relation to lending to small and medium-sized businesses. Will more and more rules actually lead to a situation where the lending dries up even more? That's one question. If, therefore, people then turn to the next issue, which is, well, where can the money come from? Well, it can come from the EIB. Where does that money come from? Because, after all, it is effectively public money. It's, I suppose one could describe it generally as printed money. And the money for the EIB has gone up from 30 billion in the 1990s to 243 billion. And I don't know where Mr. Juncker gets his 300 billion from, but I mean, the question that we have to ask is that actually the best way of generating money, if in fact it's not real money, and is it going to create more problems? And my last point would simply be this. With regard to the question of nationalism, is this not actually a process of Euro-nationalism, if I can put it that way round? Because the whole point of the exercise appears to be to generate more and more money, and if you look at the Italian deficit at the moment, a debt to GDP ratio of 130%, and the similar situation applies in other countries. The real question is, where's the money going to come from? Is it just going to go on subsidies and public services? And do you in fact end up with a situation where the money comes from the public sector and then goes back to it?
Grazie mille.
Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to our colleague Radan Jurkovic.
Chairman, Croatia supports the measures to strengthen the banking system. Unlike the public debt and deficit in Croatia, our banking system is stable and well capitalized all these years, and we didn't have failures in the system. We have a good deposit insurance fund for citizens, also on high level. We are just reflecting about joining the banking union, as well as preparing for the entry into the Eurozone. Excessive private debt and business debt in Croatia are a problem. But stable banking system, well capitalized, ensure and give the opportunity for government for action in intent to resolving the problem with excessive debt. For business debt, we are using law of pre-insolvency arrangement, what means different measures and instruments combined by repaying the loan for a long time, 3 to 10 years, deduct mostly interest rates, and recapitalization by creditor. To resolve the private debt, especially our target is social treaty-needed citizens, we are negotiating with banks and trying to make together the law which can help that citizens for write off the debt. Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Thank you. And I would like to give the floor to Fabio De Masi. Thank you, Chairman.
Banking union. I think after the crisis we had big words by governments promising that taxpayers should never be held responsible again for fraudulent practices in the financial sector. But I think that the core issues has yet not been addressed in the European Union. That's the too big to fail issue. We still have too big to fail institutions which enjoy an implicit insurance by the state and thereby have better refinancing conditions on the markets. And we have the Single Resolution Fund, which enjoys, after 8 years, 55 billion euros. But think about it. Alone in this crisis, I think in the European Union there were grants to banks hovering around more than 1 trillion euros. And I'm very concerned that in the current mechanism for the Single Resolution Fund, we will put very much weight on middle-sized banks like Sparkassen, saving and loan banks with less risky business models. And I think this provides moral hazard. This provides wrong incentives to those banks with riskier business models. And so I think the issue of bank separation is really our last chance to get our house in order. A last comment on the failure of credit to small and medium sized companies. There's a lot of talk about capital markets, but I think that bank-centered systems have a lot of advantages in terms of financing small and medium-sized companies, as Joseph Stiglitz showed in his famous work on information asymmetries. And I think that capital market unions or buying up asset-backed securities cannot cure the problem. Thanks a lot.
Grazie, do la parola.
Thank you. And I give the floor to Valérie Rabault. Thank you, Chairman. There are two subjects that we need to solve. One is the safety of our banking system and financing, and also how to finance our economy. The banking union is a major step forward as regards the first point. Compared to the United States, all of the compartments, I'm thinking in particular of shadow banking, must be supervised. This is not the case today. We see that we may have a sort of shift for the banking system towards a shadow banking, which does not comply with the banking regulations that we are proposing for the banking system. The third stage of the banking union calls for this, but compared to what is happening in other continents, I'm referring to the United States in particular, there may be intersections between the two systems that are not covered by the regulatory framework regarding banks. So that is the first point that requires attention. The second point I'd like to make and draw your attention to, because there may be a sort of path through securitization. Securitization may make it possible to pull certain loans off bank balances. That needs to be, of course, covered. To be able to support the economy, in the case the European Investment Bank cannot invest, if the 300 billion that we have mentioned time and time again, announced by Mr. Juncker, are not supported by us publicly, if the central bank reduces its balance, we will have a real issue financing an economy. The outcome would be deflation, and it would severely affect all of our European economies. Thank you. Thank you. Sebastiano Barbanti.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The problem today is not liquidity. The failure of TLTRO is an example. Very little money has been taken from the banks, and we don't even know where they're going to go to the real economy because of the absurd situation of regulation. At the same way, the ABS acquisition is vain, particularly if you buy the less risky parts, because these aren't the ones that the banks will sell off. So we have to have the courage of buying the more risky tranches in the banks. Only in this way will the overweight be done away with. And the cost of opportunity for investments has become too high. We have to reduce credit risk and its cost. We have to create a kind of fiscal normative regulation so as to limit speculative activity, increase credit to companies and households, and have incentives to banks that a substantial part of their profit is provisioned to reserves. the EIB, through the ECB, also uses the funds from TLTRO in order to establish a guarantee fund which was established for SMEs. We also have to regulate the shadow banking market, as was said back in September 2013. And in the same way that you have to pay attention to one-size-fits-all rules, which are only useful for the large banks, and small banks which have adapted to entrepreneurial system, therefore penalized, and the European reaction to the Common Resolution Fund, where the small banks pay too much compared to the risk they represent. And I'd like to close in regulatory simplification. We also have to say the complexity of recent regulations, which often overlap preceding ones, creates uncertainty in their interpretation. And therefore, with the adoption of new regulations, they should be preceded by an adequate compendium of existing ones, distinguishing those to be eliminated and those which still apply. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to Nancy Dalavani.
Esteemed colleagues, as I mentioned yesterday, there can be no creditless growth. The latest decision of the ECB, though, could create a better environment towards credit on acceptable terms for the SME, trapped within the tight corset of the whole framework defending policies for an austerity union. But the real situation is more complex. According to the latest data, private sector loans in the Eurozone have not grown since April 2012 as a result of the banking balance sheet deleveraging processes. And Europe is divided into political and not geographical north and south. On a monetary basis, North may be entering a liquidity phase, while southern economies are faced with a liquidity crunch situation. Greek banks, as envisaged by the programme and the Troika, are on one more consecutive year of further credit contraction. ECB unfortunately used a general rule for LTROs, which further increases the financing problem without examining the problems of each country. The governing bodies should also consider the threat of the deflation phenomenon in a more earnest way than the one reflected in the debates yesterday. In Greece, we face this problem for 18 consecutive months. The nominal rates are extremely high in comparison with the ones in the northern economies, and the real rates are even higher because of the deflation. Without acceptable loan rates and new credit, it seems impossible for the real economy to be able to pick up again. We all have high expectations of the European Investment Bank's response towards the same. In the 2013 International Aid Transparency Initiative, though, the EIB is rated as poor and assessed as one of the world's most secretive financial institutions. In its draft for a transparency policy, the bank is proposing a significant expansion of its existing exemptions on information disclosure, despite its commitments to greater accountability in 2013. Certainly, the ranking of the pillars of the banking union should be examined again. We need at the present time a European deposit guarantee scheme. I'm finishing, Mr. President. If we seek that trust to the banking system of the South is being really regained. We have to admit that without the right combination between fiscal and monetary policies, that is, in an austerity policies environment, Mr. Draghi's points at his Jackson Hole speech in August concerning growth and jobs creation will remain, unfortunately, wasteful thinking. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Many thanks. I would like to urge speakers to keep to the time allotted, otherwise I have to cut you off because of the number of speakers we have on the list. I'd like to give the floor to Yanis Vukans.
Distinguished Chair, distinguished colleagues, from the Latvia's point of view, a safe, stable and efficient banking system that serves the needs of our people as well as needs of all the European Union economy and its internal market is essential. So the EU as a whole and as well as all member states should work together in order to prevent instability in the banking system and especially to prevent additional expenses to the taxpayers. Therefore, from the Latvia's point of view, it is reasonable that the largest banks, which have a special role in maintaining a stability in the financial system, have special obligations. However, in ensuring such stability and efficiency, it is important to avoid reforms fatigue from the too many reforms, proposals and rules. Financial institutions in the EU have a special importance and in facilitating growth of the EU's economy as well as in raising its global competitiveness. With respect to that, speaking about economy of Latvia, for its further development, very important is the question of widening the supply of financial services to both people and enterprises, especially to SMEs. So Latvia believes that an increased supply of microcredit and common EU regulation framework for that is a good tool for encouraging creation of new small-size businesses and stimulating economic growth in accordance with the main principles of Europe 2020 strategy. Thank you.
Grazie mille. Do ora la parola all'onorevole.
Now to give the floor to Averov Neofitu.
Many years ago, in Europe, we have introduced a strange currency. Having in place only a common monetary policy in the absence of banking union, with 15 different fiscal policies, Euro architecture was based not on solid foundations. Now we are moving in the right direction, even though very slowly. We have introduced the Fiscal Compact, we'll put in place the banking union, but still, these policies are not sufficient enough to create the growth. We have to face the real problems of the European economy. Europe is not competitive anymore. We have an aging population, while our younger generation is mainly unemployed. We need to become, once again, competitive. We need urgently investment and creation of new jobs and radical reforms. Besides the austerity measures, we need policies for growth. Dear colleagues, I come from a country of bail-in and bail-out. I will not complain in this conference. We are committed to correct our mistakes, even though we pay a heavy cost because of wrong in the European architecture for Euro. But we have, as my colleague said yesterday, not to impose double standard measures in Europe. Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Thank you. And I would like to give the floor to José Ribeiro Castro.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you also to the speakers from the panel. The first question that has been put to us is, can the timescale for and the decisions relating to the EU banking union be considered satisfactory? My answer is no, it cannot be considered satisfactory. We need to speed it up. We needed the full banking union for yesterday. It is of major importance to ensure the stability of the banking sector and mainly to level the access to the best credit conditions for businesses all over Europe. That might push forward our economic recovery. Second question I'd like to address, we were confronted this summer to the collapse of a major bank in Portugal, Banco Espírito Santo. And the new mechanism, the new resolution mechanism has been applied to it. So we are now navigating in unknown waters, in an unknown ocean, and this is a major challenge for the economy, for the financial system, and also to the legal system, because there's lots of rumors of a lot of claims that might endanger the future. So what I would like to listen from you, are we following this case of Banco Espírito Santo? We have our own uncertainties, we have our own doubts. I'd like to listen from your side, what are the certainties, what are the doubts that this case unveils. And second, there's a lot of talk also how the Troika could escape the situation of that bank. Of course, there are critics to the supervision in Portugal, but also the Troika. And this involves, of course, the ECB and the European Commission. Have you any critics? Should the European Commission, regarding the stress tests, for instance, that have been made, should they have intervened prior to the crisis we faced in July? Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Senator Juan Vasquez Garcia. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, distinguished colleagues. We've talked about the need for change in the European Union policy that would combine equilibrium, stability with growth. And we talked about the risk of deflation, of high debt levels, of inequality, of unemployment, the need to support demand. Today, the governor of the Bank of Italy has spoken to us about a very complex mechanism that is being currently implemented to support the banking union. And the representative of the European Investment Bank also described what is being done to ensure that more credit can flow to small and medium-sized businesses and to consumption. I'm convinced of the fact that we will achieve this, but we realize that time is pressing. We increasingly see when we travel around our country that this is the widespread complaint of everyone, and there's a lack of liquidity, and the rates for the banks are very low, but for SMEs they're often very high. There's a big differential compared to also between one country and another. Therefore, we need more rapid decision making. We need effective decision making. Yesterday, we were told by a colleague that when a physician gives a prescription to a patient, that patient has to follow it, like it or not. Well, we agree, but the trouble is the patient doesn't necessarily choose the physician. But if the therapy given doesn't work and the patient worsens, well, either you change therapy or you change the physician. We perhaps should reason along those terms too. Thank you.
La senatrice Barbara Lezzi.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Lezzi has the floor. Thank you, Chairman, dear colleagues. I'd like to start from two firm points, one stated by Olli Rehn, another by Governor Visco. Mr. Rehn considers the Fiscal Compact and the six-pack to be necessary tools for debt consolidation, but we would like to ask specifically how or what Italy should do in a condition of practically nil inflation, negative growth. How can Italy comply with those parameters? We believe that it is exactly those constraints which are stifling the Italian economy. They're not allowing the economy to breathe. It has come to a standstill. Indeed, it is falling backwards. And where does the certainty come from, according to which the TROs should somehow make their way to the real economy? We know very well that banks want to be safe. They're seeking certainty and safety. And so in a recessionary economy, it's not attractive for banks to grant loans small businesses or micro businesses. And when you don't have very severe sanctions envisaged if credit isn't given to enterprises, it's not enough. It's not enough simply to have to repay a loan obtained 2 years early, when for 2 years they were able to speculate with the money as they please. We think that banks should go back to doing their job, and a bank's job would require the European Central Bank to buy sovereign debt to facilitate the necessary reform, not pension reform. Mr. Olli Rehn knows that in Italy we're practically on poverty levels, but we need to reform the tax system. You can't have growth with tax levels such as we have in Italy. Italy needs reform. Reform must significantly reduce the tax levels on businesses and households to relaunch consumption levels and extend social benefits to all citizens who lose their jobs. Thank you.
L'onorevole Igor Pimenov.
Thank you, Mr. Igor Pimenov has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss the financing of real economy, I argue that these are the public funds rather than the financial markets that have to make the kickstart for economic development in the countries that suffered most in crisis. Consequently, it is the state-owned development bank that may become the kernel for such a policy. The situation in my country, in Latvia, generally speaking, looks very much like there was in Germany after World War II. The German entrepreneurs had no money then, no security, and little men of working age left. But industry produced only a third of the 1938 level. Germany resolved that situation by establishment of banks which belonged to state and local governments. The EU law does not prohibit a state-owned development bank in principle. For this purpose, the public funds have to be invested in the equity capital of the bank. This capital would allow the bank to raise funds. In cooperation with the commercial banks, it would let 10 times larger amount flow into the economy in the form of loans. This money would be given for the provision of special purpose programs, so for creation of a new asset. Therefore, it will not generate inflation. The loans are granted within the framework of the programs for development rather than spending, so this money will not contribute to the increase in imports. Thus, it would be an effective contribution to keep up the competitiveness of the state in a very practical way. Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Many thanks also for having kept time so well. Now I'd like to give the floor to Danuta Hubner.
Four short points on the risks related to the implementation of the banking union, especially the single supervision mechanism. The first point, the risk related to the fact that while the SSM is all about harmonization and convergence, for quite a while responsibility for many issues important for the efficiency of this system will remain at national level, and Nicolas Veron has spoke about this challenge. But there are also risk implications, and this is my second point, coming from the very different ways the national jurisdictions have implemented a relevant and huge amount of EU regulation over the last years, including the CRD4 or CRR, and there are differences between member states in the way, in the tools they propose, they use to both implement and also complement EU provision in terms of details of binding nature, of legal nature in general, and this is also a source of risk. And my third point is that while main EU banks, and we know it already, are used to work under different supervisors, this time around it will be a combination of the new overwhelming European supervision and national supervisors, and I think that the nature of the challenge for banking groups is largely underestimated today. And my last point is related to the fact that the emerging legal environment for the banking sector has been already for a while pushing activities into the shadow sector. But there is a new element today. There is a skyrocketing growth of new startup types of financial technology firms which radically changed the way people and also companies borrow, often cross-border, save, pay, send money. And they will be in the same market space building on the lack of trust in banks. And the challenge, I think, here goes beyond the traditional shadow banking sector. But as usual, real life is well ahead of our institutional capacity. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Antonio Fenech has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to state that clearly I am in favour of the banking union, even though I have a bit my concerns, not with the principles of the union, the need of having a single regulator, a common rule book, even of having a stronger deposit guarantee scheme. I have with my concerns how we will really apply the resolution fund without increasing too much the cost on the banking system that we will render it even more difficult to lend the money. But in principle, I think the banking union is important. However, my main concern is how we are applying the rules. It was always my concern with the whole banking union that effectively it is not the principles, it is in technical how this will be applied to every single bank. And my main concern is that what we are seeing is in fact a too rigid approach in the application of the rules, which is having severe consequences on lending. We are not allowing banks to lend, and at the end of the day, the whole purpose of the banking union was to make banks lend to businesses. From my discussions which I'm having with the local bankers which are passing through the system, it is clear that when we come to talking about the non-performing loans, it is not because more businesses in Europe are failing that the non-performing loans are increasing. It is simply because we are applying a too rigid definition of what it is a non-performing loan. I give you a simple example which has been given to me. A businessman who has 6 credit lines with the bank, in total of 10 million euros, had one particular business which he required to go to the bank to refinance. It was a 500,000 refinancing request. According to the new rule book which is being applied by the bank in the asset review, they had to place under a non-performing loan the whole 10 million portfolio, when the other 5 businesses were doing quite fine. And so we are sending the message internationally that our banks and our system has high non-performing loans, not because in reality they are, but because we are applying a too rigid approach. And therefore I appeal to whoever is now on the driving seat of the union. We cannot intervene in the relationship between the banker and the businessman. We have to allow for the flexibility that bankers know their client. We need to control the banks, not every decision the bank takes. Thank you.
Grazie. La parola.
Thank you. Has the floor. Thank you, Chair. To my colleague Olirena, I'd like to greet him when he says the six-pack is not for growth, but perhaps it would have been better to realize its effect before seeing the deflation which we have everywhere in Europe. I do count on him to correct the situation, improve the governance of the Eurozone from this point of view. To Mr. Dario Pieko, Deputy President of the IB, I'd like to say that a lot of people consider that the growth plan is based to some extent on the mobilization capacity of the IB. Don't you think that you have reached the limit of your governance, your capability of managing that? And shouldn't you launch a grand appeal so that other elements are mobilized in order to make this investment plan possible? I'm thinking, for example, of the guidance of transboundary plans. Just to take an example, if you want to think of Paris to Berlin in high-speed train, shouldn't you help the SNCF and Deutsche Bahn to build this project together? And on your side, shouldn't you try to move away from the obsession of the scores which make makes it impossible for you to take risks when you should risks. And to Nicolas Véron, I'd like to congratulate you on achievements, but you mentioned fiscal measures. And with the banking union, aren't we faced by a real challenge? And instead of tearing our hair out, shouldn't we make use of the European banking union in order to create a real hardcore of fiscal management of banks? And I also want to thank the Italian presidency for the quality of our meeting, but there's also a complaint I want to raise, and we're not. The list of participants are lists without the indication the parties we belong to. I don't think that's a good way to promote networking among us and to promote an assembly which should take responsibilities. I think that information will be useful. Thank you. We will certainly take up this indication and for the future. Giovanni Paglia has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I must say that when I hear discussions of this kind, which is certainly very interesting, I do have the feeling that we're really cross-eyed. We're so cross-eyed that we can't really focus on things or identify solutions. To explain this, we started from Commissioner Rehn, who commended the six-pack as one of the solutions. So one of those types of austerity policies which are primarily responsible for the collapse of overall demand. And this demand, by collapsing, has made the whole of the economy weak and has frozen the market. There's another part of the discussion where it seems that the fact that the market is still and there's no growth is due to the fact there's a lack of credit on the continent. But I'd just like to remind people that in a country like Italy, if I'm not wrong, we have excess demand for short-term credit and excess supply for medium to long-term credit. And this means that the credit problem is a bit more complicated. It's not, and so we have to deal with these things together. Otherwise, we're not really helping each other to look for solutions. Moving forward, the issue of incentivating non-banking finance, I think, is a serious thing which Italy and Europe are doing well to pursue. But we should know that if we reduce the overall weight of banking intermediation inside overall credit access systems, this also means involving the preferences of consumers and investors, because overall the amount of saving remains unchanged. So what we're doing is an operation which overall is trying to spread out risk among the operators, because we've thought that if we're excessively concentrated on the banking sector, that will lead to situations of the kind we've seen previously. But this is not a neutral decision. To say that the public has to be a guarantee for the private operations is not a neutral choice. And finally, I'm really closing the issue of non-performing loans. We always look at this from the banking side, but if we look at non-performing loans from the point of view of what they really are, we would really understand what hasn't worked properly in the economic model we had, and perhaps some indications for future solutions. Thank you. Senator Gabriela Carreto has the floor.
Presidente, we all agree that saving euro and having a healthy, not too costly for society banking system are important goals. But we have to be able to pay the price, and the price has to be negotiated. And in this respect, I would like to raise an issue, the situation of member states with a derogation, not yet members of Eurozone. Theoretically, this situation could be turned into an advantage. Actually, it is not at all the case. In many of these countries, there is a high level of Euroization. Romania has more than 70% Euroization and around 90% foreign capital in the banking sector, in large majority European capital. I would very much appreciate the comments of our speakers today on how to build a really integrated monetary union, taking into account the legitimate interests of these countries, because we need a few solutions to achieve a balance between rights and obligations, to avoid having only obligations see fiscal consolidation and no rights at all. Firstly, the relation home-host. How could we prevent, for example, the decisions taken by home bank to switch a host bank from being a branch into being a subsidiary, and keeping the possibility of supervision? Which mechanism to solve conflicts when huge differences of opinion would arise between home and host supervisory authorities? How to prevent home banks' decisions to undermine host banks' prudential indicators? Currently, generally, they are better in these member states. How to avoid asymmetric competition between banks belonging to both areas. Thank you.
Grazie. Do ora la parola.
Thank you. And I would like to give the floor to Senator Franco Carraro for the last statement in this round. Thank you. I would like to thank the speakers and say that I agree in full with what Governor Visco said, namely that the banking union must move forward. We need to progress along that road. And I also think that it is essential that we counter some of the demagogical statements that we hear very often, and which seem to see that the interests of businesses and households are in some way in contradiction with those of the banks. Europe is in need of a strong and efficient banking system, but it must be clear to all that a strong and efficient banking system cannot on its own solve the economic issues of Europe. From this point of view, we must, first of all, see that some countries adopt some very serious reform, in-depth reform, without which progress will not be possible. Second, it is necessary that European institutions, Commission, European Parliament, agree on how to reconcile stability, combine stability with growth. They found solutions for stability, whereas the results so far in the area of growth leave much to be desired. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carraro. This was a very stimulating debate and was certainly interesting in the light of the presentations. I now think it is time for us to give the floor to our speakers for their response, starting with Governor Visco. Thank you. There were many questions, many interesting points, and obviously I can't answer almost anything. I'll just take a few specific points. Transparency and accountability of the ECB. Well, the ECB has a mandate, and it must respect that mandate. The mandate focuses on price stability. Price stability depends also on financial stability, and you have to look at price stability from both points of view. An important decision that was taken by the ECB Governing Council was to make the minutes of our decisions available, and the minutes will make it possible to understand the positions that are expressed and how the issues are debated, how the decisions are reached. And this, I think, is very important. The Italian presidency and the finance ministry is currently coordinating work, and the Italian central bank is advising. So there is discussion on a point, and we're looking at the different positions to try to make some real progress towards harmonization. Another comment was on the ECB balance sheet. The balance first had been expanded, then reduced. What is important, as Vice President Rehn also said, is what the ECB is doing with respect to the risk of deflation. Of course, we are following the matter from a monetary point of view with great attention. Some have said that using the instruments, and some of them, these instruments lead to expanding the ECB balance, and some claim that this means going beyond the mandate. I don't think that's true. I think we make very careful use of all of the instruments that can help guarantee monetary stability. And that is the reason why certain decisions have been taken or announced in recent times. And that is also why we have considered the possibility of expanding the balance of the ECB. Thank you. Mr. Darius Canapieda has the floor. Thank you. Thank you for the questions that were addressed to me. And first of all, I would like to reassure Mr. Harrison that we don't make any differentiation between Euro and non-Euro countries. The products are tailored to the needs of the different financial markets. So for the United Kingdom, or there will be more instruments that are of the sort that are requested here compared to other countries. So no difference there. The source of our funds, answering Sir William's question, the paid-in share of our capital is paid in by member states, and it's about 21 billion. We have a balance of over 500 billion, and we source our funds on the capital market. As our bank is not for profit, we have the advantages also of having a AAA ranking. Our credit rating is very important. It's important that we maintain the AAA because we're able to raise resources on the financial markets, and being a not-for-profit institution, we can transmit the advantages of our fund collection to our beneficiaries. Comments were made on the 300 billion plan. We're waiting to hear more of the specifics of this plan, but I would remind you that we were asked to do more in 2012. And after the capital increase in 2012, we did so, and our activity increased by 42%, up to 71 billion. And some examples were given of the sort of investments made. I can assure you that cross-border investments in infrastructure are very much our core business, and will continue to be so in the future. So we will continue to fulfill our function. It's important that the projects submitted to the bank be bankable. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Nicolas Ferrand has the floor.
Let me focus on a few aspects. One is the question of, is SME growth more constrained by the supply or the demand for credit, or more generally depressed credit levels we see? Is it a problem of supply or demand? That's a long-standing debate about economists. My view is that both sides are important. There is a good chance, if it's done robustly, that the comprehensive assessment will remove much of the supply problems that exists now. And I think that's a promise. It will not remove the demand problems, the fact that a lot of SMEs don't want to invest because of uncertainty and poor economic prospects, but I think removing the supply problem is constructive and helpful. There is no painless way to address the need for deleveraging of the banking system. Europe has a very bank-dependent financial system. Getting back to soundness cannot be done without pain. There have been a lot of interventions about this theme. I have noted Mr. Markopoulos, Mr. Lamassoure, Mr. Cash, Mrs. Valavani, and many others that I'm not mentioning here. Unfortunately, there is no painless way out of the situation we're in. Lots of remarks on the flaws of banking union. Yes, banking union is incomplete, and I've tried to explain why. My view is that banking union, as it has been framed now, goes perhaps not as far, but quite far compared to what's possible in the absence of more fiscal union. And when you rightly say there is no deposit insurance that would protect depositors in an equal way, the single resolution fund is too small, all these issues are absolutely true, but I think member states need to make a step forward towards fiscal union, which to me means joint revenue. I don't think you can have a credible fiscal union without at least a contingent revenue source at the European level. As we have been reminded yesterday, joint and several guarantees raise a number of difficult questions. So fiscal union has to move forward. At this point, we're not there. I hope we'll make progress one day, but at this point, I think banking union cannot go much further than it does on these aspects. ECB accountability and also judicial review, I think this is also a question not only of fiscal union but treaty change, and here the time scale, of course, is uncertain. There have been a number of points about senior debt bail-in and the need for fiscal discipline. Here, frankly, I think the legislators have spoken. In the BRD, they have said senior debt bail-in not before 2016. That's a political decision of the legislators. What that implies is that whatever restructuring happens in the next 15 months or so will be probably without senior debt bail-in. We can be unhappy about this. I am unhappy about this, but frankly, I respect the decision of the legislator. It's not the role of the European Commission to impose this. I'll stop here. Thank you.
E per ultimo la parola al professor Latorre, prego.
Sì, grazie.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments made. I would like to say that I am in favor of the banking union and the new supervisory architecture. What I think is more of concern is what is underlying that, and I think that emerged also in many of the comments, because we have a supervisory regulation that over time has become very complex, at times even contradictory. We continue to ask banks to disburse credit, to lend, but then we impose new rules on liquidity that induce banks to invest in government bonds. And then we ask our monetary policy to perform the role that would be that of economic policy. So the situation is complex. I've been working in the area of securitization since the 90s. The law was only adopted in 1999 in Italy. I remember that no one even knew what securitization was. Then it became fashionable. Then it became the cause of the crisis. And now securitization is once again being discussed. It's being seen as a possible solution. But the rules that apply to securitization are also extremely complex. When the supervisory formula was introduced in the Basel rules, academics had a hard time understanding the algorithm and understanding the thrust of that. And I can tell you that most experts did not understand the formula. It was just applied mechanically. And then when the crisis broke up, we realized that the issue with securitization was a problem of liquidity and variables that hadn't been estimated. And a big problem today is also the large concentration of issuers and investors. So I think we need to think more in terms of simplification of supervision. But there is also a structural point, because banks, physiologically, financial intermediaries traditionally, will never be able to serve certain types of clients. There's some subjects that will always be excluded from a financial point of view in different ways. And that's why I drew attention to the need for us to also embark on a parallel path, strengthening a more inclusive finance. And the structural issue is not only limited to that, but also to a matter of economic policy. We cannot continue to ask banks to finance businesses that are implementing projects in very mature sectors that no longer have a market. And that's why the role of investments with social innovation, social impact, environmental impact may be very important for a new economic policy. And I hope that these 300 billion that have been mentioned time and time again may also very much take these sectors into account. Thank you. Well, thank you. That leads us to the end of this session. I would like to thank Governor Visco and all of our speakers for their participation, and thank all of our colleagues who have made our debate very interesting and lively. And I would like to hand over the chair to Francesco Boccia, who's the chairman of the Budget, Treasury and Planning Committee of the Chamber of Deputies, and he will chair this last session.
Riprendiamo i nostri lavori, cari colleghi, signori relatori, signore e signori. La quarta sessione della Conferenza è dedicata al tema del coordinamento delle politiche fiscali europee, con particolare riguardo al
the case of digital economy will be discussed, and we'll have 4 keynote speakers: Rintano Kamaki, Deputy Secretary General of OECD, Salvatore Biasco, Professor of International Monetary Economics, former President of the Bicameral Committee for Fiscal Reform, Hosuke Lee Makiyama, Director of the European Centre for International Political Economy, and Michael Pagano, Professor of Public Administration at the University of Illinois at Chicago, and Project Director at the same university at the College of Urban Planning and Public Affairs. After the keynote speeches, we'll be opening the debate. In the same way as previous sessions, the time allocated to each discussant will be allocated on the basis of the number of requests for the floor and the time available, and the need to read some time to the keynote speakers to respond. Therefore, all those wishing to speak in the debate should fill in their forms requesting the floor in their folders. Before giving the floor to the keynote speakers, who I would like to ask to keep their statements to 10 minutes if possible, there's a brief introductory comment I'd like to make. This session within these 2 days of proceedings is something which the Italian Parliament and the joint committees really wanted to have, because the debate in our Parliament on 2013 on this issue was very intense. As you may know, the Italian Parliament has also tried to regulate partially in the way I'll try to summarize now, and partly has regulated the relationship between digital economy, enterprises, and market functioning. But there are epochal changes which are before the eyes of all of us. and the research centres in our country, including the research centre at the Chamber of Deputies, have tried to analyse the situation. The results have been distributed to you. They're being presented at a conference here at the Chamber of Deputies on 30th of June this year. These are results which don't allow much scope for interpretation, but there are entire sectors of the so-called traditional economy, of which the value chain has been totally revolutionized by the digital economy. So alongside the components of modernity, which we can all see, and which certainly revolutionize all our lifestyles and the relationship between companies and markets, there is relative fiscal equity, to use a euphemism, or perhaps what we can say growing inequality from the fiscal standpoint. And from this standpoint, the discussion at the Italian Parliament was characterized by one fundamental fact. In the age of a digital economy, is there any point in still focusing on the legal headquarters of companies? In the digital age, wouldn't it be better to focus our attention more on indirect taxes rather than direct taxes? And in a world like this, where we have some very strong players in the United States, the first four companies have more than 800 billion on the stock on the stock markets, and the first four Chinese companies have more than 450 billion. Europe's in between, affected by the issues which we have discussed over the last 24 hours in the previous three sections, a bit limited by the general economic situation, which is characterized by an unprecedented deflation and with very stringent constraints, which will also apply to fiscal policies as well. I'm sure that the discussion today will enrich the overall debate. The Italian Parliament has regulated this issue by inserting the ruling procedure, traceability, which means that the so-called web giants can pay a very limited part of tax on the profits they make. The estimate we made in Italy of the potential market, which is currently not fiscally regulated, says there are about 25 billion euros in business connected to music, film, information, electronic e-commerce, and trade connected to these new areas, games, etc. So there's lots of sectors, the value chain of which has been greatly shortened by the digital economy. Inside this situation, we have the need in these to have a discussion on the digital economy and the importance of finding a balance in a tax approach, which in recent years has almost excluded indirect taxation. We would like to go in the opposite direction, and I'm sure that it will be very interesting to listen to speakers who have a global view of these issues. And therefore, I'd like to wish you a very fruitful session, and I wish to give the floor to Professor Salvatore Biasco, who will be the first of our keynote speakers. If you need the slides, they're on the right.
Ok, thank you. Grazie.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished parliamentarians, it is a pleasure for me to speak in such an important assembly. I'll be presenting you with a summary of the paper which will be distributed. Unfortunately, it's in Italian. The English won't be ready tomorrow, but not in time for the meeting today, unfortunately. The topic I'm showing you is the one which you can see as the title. I realize that it may be trying to find a European model for a fiscal structure to be used as a benchmark may seem to be a radical approach in a period in which European commitment is weakening, but it's a problem which needs to be considered. Currently, there are 28 European models. In the field of direct taxation, Europe privileges competition between states to the community governance of the sector, and this is part of its ideological options. However, we shouldn't think, is there something wrong, says the speaker? We should not, however, consider that any convergence is always positive. I'd like to quote the example of PEX, which is something which has taken root in Europe, despite the system's defects it had. And I also can't discuss the case of patent boxes. Which allows minimum taxation and runs the risk of spreading in Europe, and allows minimum taxation of profits linked to the exploitation of patents. The apparent aim is to qualify research and development and production of patents, but in the best case it only remunerates trading of existing patents rather than development of new ones, and turns into another channel of tax avoidance which contributes to the trillion euros which lost every year according to the estimates of the Commission. I could move on, but I will stop here with examples. We need a grand design for convergence and harmonization, and not the fundamentalism of the decisions of the Court of Justice or one-off measures to improve the competitive position of individual countries. And now I'd like to consider whether the three important advances which have occurred in the fiscal area are really grand designs. A, the elimination of internal harmful competition. B, actions to combat tax havens. And C, the possible adoption of the common consolidated corporate tax base. Turning to A, harmful competition. The removal of particularistic regimes which are considered to be harmful being removed is a good thing, but this is something which should have the fact that in the limits of success of the prohibition of harmful competition, that the policy of generalized reduction of rates tended to become the prevalent way of fiscal competition, particularly in new members, following the example of Ireland. Because of the effects which are generated, perhaps there should have been a suspicion that there is no such thing as not damaging fiscal competition. Beneficial competition tends to produce a distortion in any case in the structure of taxation in countries which suffer it, and a loss of taxable income overall, which has to be offset by an increase in taxes on non-mobile factors or a reduction of public expenditure. And it also tends to mean that investments are moved to areas where there's less taxation rather than where they produce most. So although there is definitely an advance by removing damaging taxation, it's hard to consider it a grand design. It would be if the harmonization of the rate of corporation tax would consider to be a medium-term goal of the Union. As an intermediate step, it would be better for differences in corporate rate tax be kept within predetermined ranges, but on common basis, or that a minimum tax rates were introduced, and I would say not less than 25%. The weaker countries should be helped to compete on the basis of real economic factors and not led to provide facilities designed to undermine the laws of others. For this reason, as well as for others, it's necessary to have an enlarged European budget, which I'll comment on if I have time, but I doubt whether I will. Now B, tax havens. There is the activity taken here by the EU following the OECD model of cooperation to combat tax havens, a grand design. The three facets of the problem to be kept distinct from each other are the following: lack of transparency and exchange of information, and secondly, the lack of substantial activity associated with the location of a company in a tax haven. Thirdly, low or no taxation on relative incomes, on substantial incomes, not relevant, accompanied or not with fence edge schemes. The OECD project focuses essentially on the first of these facets, transparency. But I'm not going to focus on this because automatic exchange of information is a very important design which needs to be disseminated and defended as a new international standard. With regard to the other two facets, very little activity is undertaken, and it's left to individual countries who apply a code of actions making use of measures regarding CFCs, which consider, but this is not an effective measure which considers the income obtained in these countries as obtained internally. As I said, it's a very cumbersome and not very effective measure. In 2000, and which has led to a vicious circle. In 2012, the UK has actually eliminated the presumption of tax avoidance. Sentences of the court have greatly reduced the effectiveness of defensive measures, disapplying them or reducing their power out of fear that some of them might have had an effect on their way of understanding freedom of establishment. The defensive actions also powerless when the profit obtained in European locations are legally channeled through internal tax deductible payments to branches which are located in tax havens, which manage brands, patents or financial services. By keeping the profit low in high taxation countries, using these internal taxations, these internal transactions, these are the profit is channeled to the European headquarters and then distributed from here. Attention lately is focused on emblematic cases such as Apple, Amazon, Starbucks, HP, Google, and others, on which the Union has opened an inquiry. It's obvious that the headquarters of multinationals will be in countries like Luxembourg, the Netherlands, or Ireland, where taxation in origin is low, where there's no withholding tax on payments for intangible services abroad. I can't go into the individual cases, even though they're all interesting. I'd just like to quote the case of Apple. 2% of profits, taxes are paid on 2% of profits in Europe. Profits are channeled through internal payments from its Irish headquarters to 3 subsidiaries that do not have a physical residence declared in any part of the world. And one of them doesn't publish a financial report. Similar situations can exist throughout the digital economy. And Mr. Butch is an expert on this. When companies selling services from a portal can enter the network from any location. It's even hard to identify where profits are diverted to, because it is difficult to identify where the server is located. It could actually be at some platform outside territorial waters. And these activities may not even need a permanent establishment in countries. Possible way out, which has already been examined, is to move to a withholding tax on sales of the kind which Mr. Boccia was referring to, at least with regard to online sales. Considering, therefore, that the income has been obtained where they are logistic resources of the company. But this is a solution with a number of risks, but something which can be managed. However, it is difficult to establish boundaries of a tax kind in an economy where there are digital economy and non-digital economy, and where cases like Starbucks can't be solved because it doesn't sell anything online. The grand design in this area is another, and it is something which looks to a transition from a common taxation of transnational companies, and the reference should be to their consolidated accounts drawn up based on international accounting standards, which multinationals have to present in every country they operate in. The consolidated accounts would then be taxed with the distribution of income which reflect the actual presence in individual countries of the company, so as to take into account employees hired, the value of physical assets, excluding intangibles, and sales. An approach of this kind, which would do away with internal transactions, would make it difficult for the use of tax havens or for shifting profits away from taxation. One of the advantages of this would be that individual groups of countries could apply this even before an international agreement established this. I've got 1 more minute to conclude. And this allows us to conclude that the CCCTB, as proposed by the Commission, does this allow us to consider the CCCTB a grand design? It could be, but it remains on the threshold of becoming one. First of all, it's not mandatory, but optional. And therefore it's not a distinctive union tax system. Secondly, it does not provide for any harmonization of the tax on profit, and therefore maintains the existence of tax competition. It would have been preferable for tax harmonization also to include some measure of national income weighed in an inverse proportional way in the calculation. Also, it envisages that consolidated profits are only those which derive from EU-wide activities, not the worldwide activities, leading the opportunity to exclude affiliates located in tax havens. Even with these considerations, there's the possibility this will never be enacted because it requires a unanimous vote of the European Council, which we can't count on. And so there's another difficulty in the European construction. The principle of unanimity in fiscal binding decisions, which is something which can only be achieved with the cooperation of the internal tax havens. If we don't get a unanimous position, it'll be difficult to obtain comprehensive European plans in this area. The European countries should realize that they've not lost fiscal autonomy because of globalization, but because of intra-union competition. We need some political impetus in order to regain this collectively. If the Union continues to allow internal competition between its members and the mutual subtraction of taxable bases, will continue, and the industrialization of some for the benefit of others will be legitimized. I see a group of we'll have a group of countries prospering on the difficulties of others without exerting proper responsibility. And in this situation, we really have to realize that we are doing something which is extremely risky for all of us. Thank you, Professor Biasco. Now I'd like to give the floor to Rintaro Tamaki, Deputy Secretary General of the OECD.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished member of Chamber of Deputies, it is my great honor to present the latest OECD G20 report on international taxation, focusing on tax challenges of the digital economy. No. It doesn't work. So, in the wake of financial crisis in 2008, our governments are under very intense pressure to reduce spending and increase revenues. In this context, growing awareness of aggressive tax planning schemes, not necessarily illegal, by multinationals has made it clear that the current international tax rules designed almost a century ago, mostly in 1920s, the existing rules have not always kept pace with globalization and new way of doing business. As a result, the current set of rules create opportunities to artificially reduce taxable income or to shift profits to low-tax jurisdictions. These activities, known as base erosion and profit shifting, BEPS, we are calling always BEPS, undermine the integrity of the international tax system and, of course, distort competition. For example, between cross-border, companies, large companies engaging in cross-border business and small companies focusing on domestic market. They also interfere with the sovereign right of countries to set tax policy in a way that responds to their revenue needs. To respond to this urgent problem, the BEPS project was launched in September 2013, 1 year ago, by the OECD at the request of G20. The work is being carried on through a 15-point action plan designed to take a principled, holistic approach to addressing BEPS. And addressing digital economy is number one of this 15-point action plan. OECD and G20 countries, for the first time, are working on an equal footing basis on tax matters, and more than 80 developing countries have been consulted in the course of the project via regional consultations in Asia, Latin America, Africa. A first set of 7 measures and reports were released 2 weeks ago, and the remaining deliverables under the action plan will be completed next year. At their meeting on 21st September in Cairns, Australia, G20 finance ministers welcomed the progress achieved toward completing the BEPS action plan and committed to finalizing all the action next year. One of the key actions included in the action plan is to identify the tax challenges presented by the digital economy and develop options to address them. As part of 2014 package of deliverables, we have released a report on addressing the tax challenge of the digital economy, this book, a rather thick report, along with 6 other measures. I'm now going to present the main findings of the report. Prior to the start of the work, there was no consensus as to what the digital economy meant from a tax policy perspective, let alone exactly what tax challenges it raised. A consensus has now emerged that at a basic level, the digital economy reflects the transformation of all sectors of the economy due to the developments of ICT. The transformation brought about by the ICT revolution has affected even the most traditional industries like an automobile, agriculture, media, advertising industry, even the healthcare. Now, agreement is that it is not possible to ring-fence the digital economy as a separate sector of the economy for the purpose of drafting international tax law. At the same time, there is an agreement that the digital economy presents key features that may raise tax challenges, including increased mobility of users and business functions, as well as the importance of intangibles, patents, know-how, design, data, on which digital business heavily rely. Multi-sided business model and network effects are other key features. Certainly, the one that has been most discussed is a reliance on data, particularly personal data. Increases in computing power and a decrease in data storage costs have facilitated collection, analysis, and use of data in an innovative way that could not have been contemplated in the past. Advances in technology have also resulted in creation of an increasing prominence of new business models. For example, mobile application store, which did not exist as recently as 10 years ago, now generates billions in revenues per year. Electronic commerce reaching the size of total worldwide e-commerce reaching $16 trillion last year. Internet advertising relatively smaller part of electronic commerce, but are already approximately $100 billion size. These new business models can be structured in a way that allows base erosion and profit shifting. Although simpler types of BEPS structure can be used by both digital and traditional business, some key characteristics of the digital economy, including mobility in particular, exacerbate risks of BEPS. Those specific features of digital economy have been identified and will be taken into account in the course of the other parts of the BEPS project. This means, for example, the work on permanent establishment will need to ensure, first, activities that have become core due to changing technology cannot inappropriately benefit from exceptions from permanent establishment status, PE status. And secondly, the definition of PE, permanent establishment, is not circumvented via artificial arrangement relating to sales of goods and services. The second issue is the work on transfer pricing. It will need to address the importance of intangibles and the spread of global value chain. Lastly, the work as Dr. Biasco mentioned, the work on CFC, controlled foreign company rules, we need to consider how to address income earned from remote sale of digital goods and services. All those issues will be finalized by the end of next year. In addition to BEPS concern, the new business model raises more systemic challenges for tax policy makers. These challenges relate in particular to the ability of business to carry on ongoing relationships with users and customers without being physical presence. It raises question about whether current tax rules based on physical presence continue to be appropriate. For example, a good example is a software developer that develops an application for a mobile phone. He can sell it through an application store to customers around the world with no need for local personnel. Similarly, expanding loan of data in the process of value creation raises questions about the ability of the current international tax framework to determine where economic activities are carried out and value is generated. The use of data in these double-sided business models raises multiple issues ranging from the valuation of new data itself to the impact of potential new value-creating activities may have on the application of transfer pricing and profit attribution rules. An example is a company may offer free use of a product like a search engine and use the data it collects from users of that product, search engine, to allow a second group of paying customers the opportunity to target advertisement based on that data. Cross-border trading goods, services, and intangibles in the digital economy also raises issues about the ability to collect VAT in the market jurisdiction, particularly where individual consumers buy digital products remotely supplied by merchants abroad. For example, while a merchant selling digital items such as music or movies or books to customers in its own jurisdiction, they will collect VAT on those sales. If the customer located abroad, collection is not guaranteed in many cases because there are no mechanisms to do so. This creates competitive distortion for domestic vendors and large revenue risks for government market jurisdiction. Countries participating in the BEPS project discuss potential options to address these challenges from both direct and indirect tax perspective. Regarding the issue of nexus and data for direct tax purposes, countries agreed that additional technical work must be done to develop the option in the direct tax field, such as levying withholding tax or replacing the existing permanent established concept currently based on physical presence to be replaced with one based on digital presence. Regarding indirect taxation, countries agreed that collection of VAT in business to consumer B2C transaction urgently needs to be addressed in order to ensure level playing field between foreign and domestic suppliers. So, work continues to further develop the potential options to address these broader challenges. Once this work is completed by the end of 2015, the work on the remaining action on BEPS will have been completed as well. This will allow a thorough evaluation of the options, also in light of whether there are still BEPS opportunities left open in the digital space once all other actions are completed. I do hope this will not be the case, and convinced that working together countries can make sure that this does not happen. As my former colleague at the OECD and now Italian Finance Minister Pier Carlo Padoan mentioned 2 weeks ago at the G20, the current achievement in the area of international tax rules are a prime example of structural reform at global levels. I finish my presentation with this slide. The upper side is 205, lower side is 2013, 8-year difference, but the same place, the same situation. The upper side is, say, addressing Pope Benedict in 2005, and 8 years later, Pope Francis was greeted as by a lot of digital disguise. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation and this very effective, interesting last photograph too. And now we'd like to hand over to Mr. Hozukli Makiyama, Director of the European Centre for International Political Economy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to addressing to you today. I will continue on the same topic, which is in regards to the global trade, taxation principles, and digital economy. Indeed, globalization has created some challenges in the area of national taxation, and also there is an increasing assumption that e-commerce companies avoid European taxes. There's an assumption that income taxes actually increase the burden of the workers and it's shifted towards income taxation. And there is also an assumption that tax should be reverted to us. I'll look into these three assumptions, but starting by looking first Thank you. First looking at the corporate taxation in the EU. And what are actually companies in the digital economy avoiding taxes? This is not a novelty. Companies, especially multinationals, have been so-called avoiding taxes. And they are simply responding to incentives that have been created by EU legislatives and governments elsewhere. In certain countries, certain type of business activities, we heard about, for example, revenue from material rights, intellectual property. Certain countries, it's about capital income. Certain type of activities are seen as more benign than others. In other countries, there is no taxation, for example, on restaurants, and the list can go on. And companies who can cross borders have the ability to basically match those benefits against each other and choose their location thereafter. And this is called a hybrid mismatch. And this is as old as people have been able to cross borders. And I would say that this is a natural consequence of a single market where we actually have increased the four freedoms, but we have not completed the fiscal union. Companies can move across borders, but yet still the taxation is very much connected to the nation state. But if you look at the data, and I must say that unlike the other people, the prior speakers, I speak as an economist, although I must admit that I'm a second-rate lawyer as well, but I look at it primarily in the capacity of economist. There is no correlation between income tax and corporate taxation in OECD. Meaning that there has been no tax increases due to, on income due to corporate tax decreases. Actually, the relationship is reverse. And if I look at, for example, what's happened since the 1965, since the early rise of the multinationals, actually there's absolutely no correlation between corporate taxation decreases and income tax increases. And if I look at the recent years, in the last 10 years, actually the relationship is the opposite. So in short, there is no tax burden, at least in terms of economics, that have been shifted from corporations to workers. And if we now look into the question of, is there the base erosion that we talked about before? Is actually the corporate tax base being eroded? Is it moving elsewhere? And actually, if you look at the statistics, the corporate tax base is actually expanding in the developed countries. There is actually no evidence of tax erosion and profits shifting. And if I look to the reports actually written by Secretary General Tamaki-san's staff, they couldn't even establish that there is a base erosion. There is actually no economic evidence that this is taking place. And if I look at the biggest jump in the corporate taxation that has happened in the OECD countries, it happens around the time of Internet being introduced, because it allowed the corporations to work more efficiently, hence there was more to tax. This value increase is corresponding to the value destruction of the global financial crisis. And there's a lot of misconceptions around what digital economy is. And digital economy is basically, it's very difficult to narrow down what it is and who's actually benefiting from it. But one thing is very, very certain. That most of the value that has been created by the so-called big data or internet or e-commerce, call it whatever you like, the increased amount of transactions and information that has been created has benefited the traditional industries, such as manufacturing and services industry, most of all. And when I look at the numbers, 75% of the value creation has been attributed to these traditional industries by allowing them to work more efficiently. And if I look at the input side, meaning to what extent use of data is important for the traditional industries like banking, services, retailing, electricity generation, and communication services, basically it has exceeded the importance of electricity. And we know how much price in electricity affects our competitiveness. Basically, data has become like public transport or whatever. It has basically become a part of the business environment. And hence, it's almost impossible to define the digital economy in a legal, consistent manner. You cannot say these are the digital economies and these are not. For example, if I look at the media side, there are people who used to be in print in the past years, who print newspapers. They are now the biggest actors online. The question is whether they have a small division that actually printed also on paper or not. And in short, it's very dangerous to engage in an act of picking the winner, and it becomes very much close to persecution of individual firms. You might just well enact a law to tax all companies has fruits as logos, or has a word that rhymes with Google, or name themselves after major rivers in South America. It's very, very difficult to create a case for a separate digital economy. And one of the reasons is because this has not actually changed the nature of how global commerce is conducted. Companies have traded across the borders since the creation of trade, and this is the real definition of trade. What the internet has actually done is just remove the transaction cost, which allows, for example, my accountant to service me, although he's Swedish. I live in Belgium, so he can provide his accounting service to me in Belgium. My tailor is not too many kilometers away from here, and I very often order wines from one of the vineyards 200 kilometers north from here. So basically, removing the transaction cost have opened up global trade actually for small and medium enterprises. And going on to another assumption, that the e-commerce actually don't pay taxes. This is actually something that needs to be nuanced. And this table, which is barely visible to you, shows the effective tax rate actually paid by major European corporations, which we consider to be national industrial champions. There are oil companies, there are banking companies, there are telecom companies, there are major manufacturers in cars, chemicals, basically solid traditional corporations. And in yellow, I have included the effective tax rate of so-called popular e-commerce companies like Facebook, Amazon, Yahoo, Apple, Google, and eBay. And what is very, very clear, that even those who pay the lowest taxes amongst the e-commerce companies, for example, eBay and Google here, around 16–90%, they still pay the same tax rate as our the postal companies like Deutsche Post or Telefonica, TeliaSonera, and other telecom operators. And if I look at the really high taxpayers amongst this bracket, they are well above the European average. And these companies are recipient to a lesser degree of bailouts and infrastructure subsidies. So in short, they do pay taxes, but just not here. And now, there has been some ideas floating about the concept of digital presence, as I said, with some, maybe it's a over-categorization, but foreign companies very rarely pay corporate taxation here, for the same reason that the European corporations do not pay taxes, corporate taxes in China or United States. Trying to reverse this principle by creating some called digital presence, meaning that if you're only working with servers and engineers, we're going to change the taxation rules. So you have to pay the taxes here in Europe, or if you're a European company operating in the American market, you have to pay out taxes in America if your customer is America. This comes with very, very dangerous consequences. One is that, of course, that it's incompatible with the European single market and OECD rules about technological neutrality, meaning that it doesn't actually matter if you sell CDs online or offline. Basically, you should be taxed in the exact same way. And the key principle here is that corporate taxation should take place where functions and assets are placed and where business risks are taken. If you compare that to manufacturing, an Italian handbag manufacturer or machining manufacturer will pay taxes here, although the handbags and cars are sold in China. And in the same way, my accountant in Sweden pays taxes in Sweden, and although all the business is conducted through the internet. And there's also a danger to think about data creation as value creation. Of course, data can be very, very valuable, but it has no value in itself. It's not a real, tangible asset. It is an input. Unless you turn into information, you cannot actually make money out of just pure data. And it is still processed somewhere. And just because you collect the data in one territory doesn't mean that you can tax it there. In simply put, for example, a European bank who analyzes the Chinese market based on Chinese market data, they should not pay taxes in China. And on the other hand, countries, if we would move the digital presence here, countries are unlikely to give up their jurisdiction to us, which means that we will basically double tax our firms. And here's the problem, that simply, Europe is more trade dependent than any other part of the world. We, here in Italy or France and Germany, are more trade dependent than China. 5% of European GDP actually comes from services exports, meaning that we are basically without services exports through digital channels. Basically, we are at major deficit. We will never, ever return to growth. And in the trade agreements that we have negotiated with the rest of the world, we have far better commitments in trading cross borders without physical presence. You compare to our right to build subsidiaries elsewhere. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that if we start to reverse these rules, expect us to be thrown out of the emerging markets the second we introduce that principle, because that principle will be used against us. And now I would like to turn to the question of solutions. And Internet has introduced quite a number of productivity gains. And one of them comes to labor factor productivity, meaning that the value of 1 hour worked of a European worker is worth more now, without lowering any salaries. Basically, European workers can be more productive. But the problem is that we have not adapted to ICT technologies to the same extent as the United States. There are 80% higher productivity growth in the United States thanks to a high adaptation to digital technologies. And taxing this efficiency is highly, highly detrimental. And there's the final point that I would like to make is that if you start to reverse this principle and saying that we are going to revert these tax flows back to us, it means that other people could do the same. If you do the calculation, we end up on plus minus zero. The treasury of any of the European countries will not gain a single cent in tax revenues if this principle is used against us. So there are other ways of doing this. Improve our European productivity. First of all, I'm Northern European, but I think starving our workers to growth is a perverse idea. We cannot compete through lowering salaries. We can only compete through being more productive and being more intelligent. That will expand trade and our tax base. We need to finalize the digital single market, and we have to realize, as national legislative now, this is also a question about sovereignty. There will always be FDI competition about the investment, because some of these countries are too small or have too many disadvantages that they cannot compete and create jobs in any other means. And this stands against the need for coordination. And without the fiscal union, this problem will always exist, intra-European or with other countries. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Makiyama. Now we conclude our presentations. The last speaker will be Mr. Michael Pagano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to the conference for inviting me, and to the country of my grandparents for hosting this. My comments are restricted to the experience of the United States and not to the European Union, so forgive me if there is not anything here about the European Union. When the states met in 1787, as required by the first Constitution of the new nation of the United States under the Articles of Confederation, many of the delegates believed that the current constitutional arrangements provided too few, if any, powers to a centralizing authority. The states implemented laws of the Confederation, which meant that all states had to agree unanimously on laws that would be applied in all states, and unanimity was an infrequent occurrence. And states could tax commercial activities that crossed state borders, thereby creating tax competition on commerce that could hamper national economic development. The delegates then began to draft a second Constitution of the United States to replace the Confederation that would clearly delineate those responsibilities of the central or general government as apart and distinct from the powers that resided with the 13 sovereign states. Among the powers of the central government included this one, the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. In other words, while the general or central government is granted the authority to regulate interstate commerce, states were explicitly denied the power to interfere with interstate commerce. Actions taken by states to regulate interstate commerce would violate the Commerce Clause. In the 20th century, states began to expand their taxing authority, which primarily was a tax on property, both personal property and real estate. The tax that most states adopted was a tax on retail sales, which became an important revenue source, such that as of today, 45 of the 50 states, plus the District of Columbia, which is the seat of the federal government, impose a general sales tax on goods and on some services. Each state defines what constitutes an eligible good or service for taxation. Many exclude food or beverages, for example. But most tangible goods are taxed by the 45 states. The United States government does not impose a general sales tax or a value-added tax. States have jurisdictions over people and firms that reside in their own territory. State governments decide on what constitute taxable sales, and state governments decide on the sales tax rate for those goods and services. Moreover, local governments can be permitted by their states to impose a sales tax in addition to the state sales tax. As a consequence, there is no uniform sales tax rate in the United States, nor is there necessarily a uniform sales tax rate in each state. This graphic shows the average tax rate within each state, not the taxes of each individual taxing jurisdiction. It is estimated that there are more than 9,600 taxing jurisdictions in the United States with the authority to collect a sales tax. This graphic lists the states and the number of jurisdictions with sales taxing authority within the state. Sales taxes are collected at the point of sale by the retailer or merchant and then sent to the state for distribution to the taxing authority. A constitutional question arose when a state demanded that a retailer pay the owed sales tax revenue even though the retailer's operations were in another state. In 1967, a mail-order catalog retailer located in the state of Missouri sold goods to residents in the state of Illinois. The Illinois Department of Revenue required that the retailer refund the appropriate sales tax per laws passed by the Illinois legislature. But the retailer refused to comply, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that if the retailer did not have a substantial physical presence or nexus in the state could not force retailers to collect the sales tax, as those retailers resided in a jurisdiction over which the taxing state had no authority. The concept of nexus implies that there must be a physical connection of a business to the customers of a particular state. By the 1980s, catalog sales had become an increasingly important retail activity, such that states were losing tens of billions of dollars in uncollected sales taxes. In 1992, states argued before the U.S. Supreme Court that it should abandon the physical presence test in light of the explosive growth in the mail order industry. The court rejected the plea and reaffirmed that a substantial physical presence or substantial nexus must exist for a state to impose a tax on out-of-state retailers, either for catalog sales or, lately, for e-commerce sales. The Supreme Court further asserted that only Congress can authorize states to collect this interstate tax. Otherwise, if states attempted to collect the tax without congressional authorization, the action would violate the Commerce Clause. States, when creating a taxing authority on consumption, typically impose a sales and use tax. A sales tax is imposed at the time of transaction at the point of sales. Therefore, it is collected by the retailer. A use tax is different in how it is administered, but not in its intent, which is to tax consumption. A use tax has the same value as the sales tax. That's the tax rate is the same, but it is owed by the consumer or the buyer of the good and not by the retailer. When a good is purchased from a catalog or online through electronic commerce, the buyer or consumer is required by the state to report the value of the good and remit the appropriate use tax to the state. In other words, because states have created a use tax, electronic and catalog purchases are indeed subject to taxation by states, even if there is no physical presence in the state, and even if the electronic retailer does not collect the sales tax. That form of taxation, the use tax, is self-administered by the consumer, and by law, the use tax must be remitted to the state. Few consumers comply, except for the purchase of automotive vehicles, where there is a registration process that can serve as a point of discovery and collection of the tax. Except for large items that require registration, such as automobiles, collection of the user tax, of course, is difficult. One mechanism is to require residents to include the use tax obligation on their state income tax forms. Of the 45 states with a sales and use tax, 38 impose an individual tax, and 25 of those 38 states also include a line on the income tax form that requires the individual to report the use tax obligation. The participation rate, that is the percentage of income tax filers who provide information for the use tax, is well under 10%. For the 25 states with both an income tax and a line on the form requiring them to enter the value of the use tax, and fewer than 2% of the income tax filers in 16 of the 25 states reported their use tax. States then are legally entitled to the sales tax value of any electronic purchases by collecting the use tax, the purchaser or consumer of those goods. Moreover, some electronic retailers with no physical presence in a state voluntarily collect the tax and remit it to the state. By doing so, they make it convenient for the customer by removing the responsibility of self-reporting the tax. In 2000, a streamlined sales and use tax agreement was prepared and submitted to all the states that had a sales tax authority. According to the governing board, quote, "The goal of this effort is to find solutions for the complexity in state sales tax systems that resulted in the U.S. Supreme Court holding that a state may not require a seller that does not have a physical presence in the state to collect tax on sales into the state. The court ruled that the existing system was too complicated to impose on a business that did not have a physical presence in the state. The court said Congress has the authority to allow states to require remote sellers to collect tax," end quote. The streamlined sales and use tax agreement's mission is to simplify the sales tax and structure it on a destination basis so that states are better able to collect their sales taxes on remote transactions. Once simplification and uniformity have been accomplished, the streamlined sales and use tax agreement intends to convince Congress or the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn the 1992 ruling so that vendors will be required to collect the sales tax. Yet both simplifying and using a destination basis to assign the Internet taxes create challenges. Simplifying would require agreement on both the base and the rate for all jurisdictions within one state. The report of the Commission Expert Group on Taxation of the Digital Economy emphasizes the importance of simplifying, such as a streamlined sales use tax agreement. But simplifying means standardizing the taxable base, which is contentious among the local governments in the United States, especially on what constitutes the definition, on the definition of what constitutes the base. The U.S. Two-thirds of the average consumption dollar is spent on services which are not generally taxed, while one-third of the average consumption dollar is spent on tangible goods which generally are taxed. 50 years ago, two-thirds of the consumption dollar was spent on tangible and taxed goods. Destination basis, rather than point of sale, could damage the financial capacity of cities that rely heavily on the sales tax to fund general services, especially when the customers do not live in the jurisdiction. In this case, the seller would remit the tax revenue to another city government where the customer lives rather than the city government where the seller is located. The recommendation from the report of the Commission Expert Group is similar to the recommendation from the Streamlined Sales and Use Tax Agreement. Yet the challenge in the United States is that many cities and other local governments are dependent upon sales tax receipts from non-residents, without which they would not be able to provide adequate level of government services. The fiscal effect would be uneven across local governments. Moreover, because there is no VAT, local government collect retail sales taxes only from the final consumer or from a B2B tax. Because the United States government does not impose a sales tax or a value-added tax, the amount of lost revenue due to non-collection of Internet commerce to the United States government is virtually nothing. Estimated loss to state and local governments, on the other hand, is considerable but also difficult to calculate. Because each state regulates its own sales tax rate, because each state defines its own taxable base, and because each state allows or disallows its local governments to impose a sales tax, the estimates of lost sales tax revenue due to electronic sales are complex. Moreover, many electronic sales are taxed. For example, if a business has a physical presence in the state, the customer is required to pay the sales tax to the remote seller, which in turn remits the sales tax receipts to the state, and if the local government levies a sales tax, also to the city where the customer resides. For example, the largest retail department store in the United States, Macy's, has a physical presence, a store, in most states. Therefore, when a customer makes a purchase electronically, the invoice includes the sales tax owed to the state, as well as the sales tax owed to any other local government with the authority to levy the sales tax. Other businesses, such as Amazon.com, do not have a physical presence in every state. Therefore, invoices will or will not include the sales tax liability, depending on whether or not a substantial physical presence, such as an Amazon facility, can be determined. Due to the difficulty in estimating the loss of sales tax revenue as a result of electronic commerce, few research studies have been undertaken. The most comprehensive study is now 5 years old, and it estimates the state and local sales tax losses could have been as much as $11 to $12 billion in 2012. The loss of state and local sales and use tax revenue vary by state, with the largest states losing the most, such as California losing $2.1 billion, New York $960 million, and Texas $966 million. When measured as a percentage of total sales and use taxes that are collected by states, approximately the equivalent of 4.25% of total sales and use tax revenue collected by the state is lost and not collected. The states with the most relative loss include Louisiana, 6.6%, Illinois, 6.1%, and Nevada, 5.6%. Although significant, the relative impact is slightly less for California at 5.2%, New York 4.9%, and Texas 3.3%. The $12 billion estimated loss to state and local governments because of the tax-exempt nature of electronic commerce is due to the U.S. Supreme Court's interpretation of the Commerce Clause and its definition of substantial physical presence. The U.S. Congress is in the process of considering a law, the Marketplace Fairness Act, that would require states to collect sales tax on electronic commerce and remit the taxes to the home state of the buyer. The fate of the bill, which was introduced more than a year ago, is uncertain. The Constitution of the United States created a federal structure that delegated powers to the general government that are enumerated in Article 1, Section 8. All other powers, according to the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, are reserved to the states or to the people. Over time, states and localities designed their own fiscal systems, creating a heterogeneous system of taxation across the 50 states and the 90,000 local governments within the states. Each state is responsible for regulating business within its borders, but only the federal government in Washington, D.C. has the authority to regulate commerce between and among the several states. Until the advent of electronic commerce, one of the most poignant challenges to the federal government's authority to regulate interstate taxation was catalog sales. When the catalog company had no physical presence in the state could not collect sales tax from its residents who purchased goods from the catalog. The Supreme Court disallowed a state from taxing a firm that resided in another state. Today, and for the last 10 to 20 years, the volume of transactions with remote vendors has increased substantially, and much of it has moved to the Internet world, the world of electronic commerce. The same ruling by the United States Supreme Court that halted interstate taxation of catalog sales also halts taxation on electronic commerce sales unless a substantial nexus can be demonstrated. To require remote vendors to collect a consumption tax and remit it to the state of the purchaser requires states to either work together collaboratively, which is exceedingly difficult given the diverse sales tax structures when both the base and rate are defined differently by each state, or to engage the federal or central government to force collection. Although federal political systems are designed to enhance local autonomy, unitary systems may be more adept at responding to the e-commerce challenges. Harmonizing the sales tax rate across all jurisdictions in a nation is much less difficult when the number of participating governments is small. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Professor Pagano, for having focused so specifically on the United States, which is something which we had, of course, asked you to do. We can now move on to the discussion phase. We have 13 people on our list. Now, since we're very late and there's very little time left, I would like to ask our colleagues to restrict themselves to 3 minutes each so that we have a little time for the keynote speakers to give a quick response. So we can start with Josep Sanchez. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Distinguished members of Parliament from the various countries of the European Union. It is undeniable, ladies and gentlemen, keynote speakers, that if we want a strong European Union, which is economically, financially, and politically solid, it's reasonable that we all have the goal of establishing a fiscal union, a solvent, competitive, and also fair common fiscal system among the countries of the European Union. And I also would like to make it clear in this meeting of various countries and various economic spokespersons from various countries in the European Union that from my point of view, I also feel it would be necessary to have flexibility from a fiscal standpoint so that the various regions of the European Union could also have a fiscal system for their own regions. So without there being a significant offshoring from them. I think that it is compatible to have flexible fiscal legislation for the various European regions, and at the same time this compatibility could be applied to investments, competitiveness and job creation. Thank you.
Grazie.
Many thanks. Now I'd like to give the floor to Duarte Pacheco.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, in these 2 days we heard something about how much is important to grow, to fight unemployment, to have more investment, to have a bank union, and also to have tax policy coordination. But what we have here in the European Union is small growth or recession, a lack of investment, unemployment, and fiscal competition. For instance, in Portugal we have companies that are running to the headquarters to Netherlands, to Luxembourg. And so the weak companies, the weak countries with debt very high, we need to raise taxes. And we need to raise taxes because it's important, of course, to have a consolidation in the fiscal policy. And so we have lack of competition, of course. We need to break this cycle. Fiscal coordination is important, but I think we need to act, just not to talk about it. And what we hear in the last few years, we have a lot of meetings. We all agree in the principles of tax coordination, but inside our own parliaments and also in the European Parliament, we don't identify very important steps in this matter. Thank you.
Grazie.
Many thanks. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mar Angulo.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Chair. And many thanks to the speakers who have informed us on the advancements produced in coordination of our fiscal policies. And I take them to be positive and necessary. However, I also believe that a coordinated action in fiscal policy is fully compatible with an action, resolute action in individual member countries, because if at the European level and also within member countries we have pledged to our citizens to emerge from the crisis, it's also important to have policies to respond to their requirements. This is also a responsibility, also within the area of fiscal policy, and therefore also referring to the experience of Spain. In the most acute moments of the crisis in Spain, in the fiscal policy and particularly the tax policy, we found a very powerful increment in order to get hold of revenues, which had fallen off very dangerously, and also to safeguard the well-being of the population. And so, as I said, in the past we've found the fiscal policy as something which could serve us to recover revenue and to defend our society. Currently, however, we have a fiscal reform where, first of all, we want to make use of the capability of tax policies to transfer the positive macroeconomic which are being achieved in our country most rapidly to our citizens. This growth and recovery of job should be geared to promote jobs, and also make use of taxation policy in order to transfer the macroeconomic results so as to be able to resolve or at least respond to the major economic challenges we have, in particular to shore up and promote the incipient growth in our internal consumption, and also the formation of gross capital, and also make a contribution to fairness. And therefore, I believe we should say that advancements in fiscal coordination are important, but we also need to act resolutely inside countries in line with the principles expressed by the European Union. There should be action based on consolidation, fiscal consolidation and reduction of the deficit, which we need to continue to pursue. But in all cases, we also have to focus on responding to the challenges which exist in our various countries in all phases of this crisis.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Herr Vorsitzender.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, financial and economic coordination requires a responsible tax policy in the EU as a major prerequisite. There are many developments in dealing with different types of income in the field of taxation. Unfortunately, in the EU, there are illegal state aids in the form of tax exemptions, cross-border taxation of multinational corporations within the EU, according to our position, should be brought to an ending much more quickly. We need common standards for tax competition and for fair taxation. There are countries which pursue a path of tax dumping with some multinational corporations in order to provide them with an extra benefit, but they are detrimental to the entire European Union. In Germany, unfortunately, so far, we have not really managed to investigate which companies try to escape our tax system. Problems of taxation in connection with the digital economy is an issue for which a task force was established at the OECD. In the report, as was already mentioned, you also make mention of the fact that there is no such thing as the digital economy, but digitalization has penetrated all the industrial sectors. So therefore, it's particularly difficult to come up with specific regulations for the digital economy in the field of taxation. That is hardly possible. We also think from a German perspective that no other provisions for taxation should be introduced. It's much more important to prevent international tax evasion from happening on the basis of hybrid constructions. The OECD, based on our initiative, therefore tried to develop regulations in order to analyze the different options that exist in the field of international tax evasion and exemption. If cases differ with regards to the tax system in two different states, these cases must be analyzed, because in this particular fashion, multinational corporations can escape higher taxes and enjoy a much lower taxation of their profit. For example, if affiliates or associated companies can get a tax exemption for interest rates that they have to be paid abroad, the tax level can be reduced. So therefore, we need to come up with similar analyses on hybrid companies and hybrid sites. So tax spendings can be cut either in one state, although the taxation provisions in other states are trying to be eroded, or else there are tax exemptions for one and the same services which are being provided in different countries, and this, of course, is only and exclusively to the benefit of the company affected.
La parola.
Thank you. José Opera di Castro now has the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like briefly to address 3 points. First, when it's said in the paper we have been given that we should shift the tax burden from labor and businesses to capital gains, real estate and polluting activities, I agree this might be a line except for real estate. I do not think that real estate can be treated at the same level as capital gains or polluting activities, and pressing more on taxation on real estate can lead to concentration of property with tremendous social consequences once the revenue provided by real estate are already in the taxed by income taxes. Second issue, tax havens, which has been addressed by Professor Salvatore Biasco. I share the feeling that is very common in the average citizen that the EU and the world at large is not doing enough regarding tax havens. And the softness in fighting the tax havens is very heavily criticized in the public opinion. I ask if the banking union framework can give a new framework to combat tax havens, both inside and outside the EU. Nobody can understand what's going on still, except for the sentence, the powerful and rich can do as they wish. And once in a while we are confronted with a big scandal that demoralizes the public regarding the way our institutions operate. Last question, the harmful tax competition. As my colleague has already pointed out, we often listen to pressure put against Ireland, which we do not understand. And nothing is done regarding the Netherlands. 19 of the 20 of the most important companies in our stock exchange diverts the headquarters to the Netherlands. It's not to attract businesses, to attract industry, to attract investment. No, it's a predatory administrative practice to divert gains, to divert profits, and to take taxes from our country to the Netherlands. And the EU is doing nothing. Nothing. And of course, the public opinion in Portugal stretches even more when we see that the Eurogroup is chaired by a Dutch minister. We do not understand. Thank you so much.
Grazie.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Raffaella Bellot from Italy. Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to refer to direct taxation and the coordination of European tax policy. It is indeed a prerequisite to avoid distortion of the competitive markets. And I would like to refer in particular to the digital economy, which we've heard very interesting presentations on. And I'm thinking about those corporations that benefit from loose tax regulations in certain havens. Thanks to the free movement of people, goods, and services, they can offer a much more aggressive approach to the European market and therefore displace other competitors and national competitors by making use of these havens. This also occurs very much in the cross-border areas where national committees, domestic, may decide to transfer their businesses and benefit from better tax conditions. And we see this happening widely in Europe. There are some countries that offer better conditions, but lead to weakening of the economy and unsustainable loss of jobs in others. The single market was born to build the wealth of Europe, and instead it appears to have the opposite effect in many cases. We cannot have too uneven a situation or lack of homogeneity, with very few exceptions for very specific regional concerns, but should be limited as much as possible so that we don't have havens that are completely free of competition. We cannot think of not having a harmonized approach to tax policy. There's no way in which we can possibly have a single market. Therefore, we must move more faster along this path. Thank you.
Alexander.
Thank you. Next speaker, Alexander Damjanovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Azzolini, and of course, thanks to all panelists who gave us an objective and realistic picture of not so good space for taxation, and it's really interesting debate. In my opinion, the question of direct taxation is the matter of social justice and the matter of equal chances if we are talking about the social market economy. Why we should pay higher VAT? Because the national authorities want to socialize high level of so-called grey economy and high level of tax debt or tax evasion. And when I'm talking about direct taxation, of course I mean about progressive taxation, not proportional, which depends on the level of revenue from the capital gain, from the properties, and it's only one of the few tax pillars. Professor Biesco mentioned tax haven, and I think that we can move focus on so-called tax havens in some non-EU countries, like Jersey Island in La Manche, like Liechtenstein, like Andorra, like Gibraltar, and of course the other tax pillars are much better cooperation among the national fiscal authorities, much better supervisor of fiscal speculation, and of course much stronger and independent tax administration. And does the EU have a political will and political tools for the stop with tax haven transaction? And what about the revenue from the digital sector, like internet betting, like casinos, like internet selling of different goods and services? And if I play with the verse, if I can play with the verse, we have a better way for the digital taxation of the digital activities, because we cannot find other solution. And what about idea about the different scale of corporate taxation, especially in some activities with new technologies, telecommunication sector, and etc. And on the end, it seems, and maybe is a brief question for Professor Makiyama, it seems that the EU Commission very easily left the idea for taxation of the financial services and banking transaction. I remember that we are talking in Copenhagen 2 years ago about that idea, and today it is obviously that the money is in insurance companies, banking sector, in hedging funds, not in the pocket of unemployment citizen, and obviously there is a lack of political willingness for such kind of taxation as a potential huge amounts. I am talking about €1 billion. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora la parola.
Thank you. The next speaker is Igor Pimenovs.
It appears that the shift of the tax burden from labor and business to capital gains, real estate and polluting activities has become a general subject of discussions on taxation reforms in EU states. May mention that the original liberal idea of a free market in fact was a market free of land, rent, monopoly rent and financial interest. whereas a classical free market shift of taxes onto property, land, monopolies and financial privilege, as recommended as far back by Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, and indeed the physiocrats and nearly all classical economists, would cut the housing cost for employees and their other expenses by reducing the purchase price of housing. The government would receive in taxes the rental income now paid to the banks and could use this revenue to cut taxes on employment and industry. What are those practical steps to be undertaken? Practically, I argue that if we need to compensate the budget deficit arising because of reduction of personal income tax, corporate income tax and value-added tax, the accent of the shift should be done on real estate and, to be more precise, on land. For this purpose, during an economically reasonable period, the reassessment of land is required depending on use of land. I would reiterate, the reassessment of land is required depending on use of land. And then land should become the basis of the taxation system. One of the main arguments for a land value tax is also the fact that this is the only tax that refers to an object which, in response to the taxation, cannot escape. For example, to move to the grey economy. Capital and labour can be depleted, die or emigrate. Land will not do it. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Eduardo Cabrita has the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. We have been discussing these two days how to coordinate economic and financial policies inside Europe, especially inside Eurozone. We have already reached a large consensus that the policy based only on austerity was a failure. The related response made to the deregulation of the financial markets, which led to the global crisis in Europe, create new problems and new times, new waves of stagnation. This area of fiscal harmonization is a challenge and quite difficult in an area when inside European Union, even inside Eurozone, we are faced with complete different strategies, and we live with de facto almost tax havens inside Eurozone. What happens in taxation on companies is not only a problem of right to have own national policies. We cannot speak in this area of harmonization, but we should coordinate. Without that, we are going to come back to promote new asymmetric waves of destruction in some countries' economies if we are facing new times of recession. Digital economy gives us a new challenge, even perhaps more difficult than the traditional problems we face with the financial services taxation. We should, in this field, work together with OECD on its work on base erosion. We should work also together on some coordination of an European strategy on, towards the tax havens, and also on coordination of European strategy to promote innovation, to promote competitiveness inside the European economic space, not in this area as happened in the last years, each one by its side and with some specific ideological dogmas on consolidation, not looking to coordination of policies and to solidarity in the euro area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you. Marco Causi now has the floor. Thank you. I think that the OECD's work on the erosion of the tax base and the G20's decisions taken only a few days ago in Australia mark a turning point. Europe must decide where Europe stands and how Europe is to act at a time in which new global standards that are rather innovative are being developed. Taxation of multinationals is one of the central issues. We learned today that digital economy is one part of that. From the point of view of tax discipline, not from the point of view of technology. Digital economy is certainly linked to other issues that are well known, and I appreciated Lee Makiyama's analysis very much on this subject. In Italy, we have designed a new legislative approach which will allow us to transpose the new legislation directly. We've already given delegated powers to the government to adopt this legislation immediately. But the problem is that Europe wants to be a political subject in this area, as in the areas we talked about yesterday, coordinating fiscal policy, the asymmetry in the adjustment between the countries that are running a deficit and those that run a surplus. If Europe does wish to have this political role, then these issues relating to taxes need to be posed, and the first steps with respect to multinationals need to be taken. I appreciate the description that Mr. Pagano gave us today. It shows that federalism is not the same as total uniformity. Tax union can go hand in hand with flexibility and with domestic federalism. But when we deal with the multinational taxation issue, we should pragmatically look at all of the issues linked to taxation of profit, as well as erosion of the tax base and value-added tax. If Europe decides to have that political role, I think it can give a major contribution on a global level, but also help itself, because these measures would improve the possibility for Europe to grow on a permanent basis. Tax erosion and unfair tax competition are more damaging for growth than many of the other structural issues that we talk about when we generally refer to flexibility versus reform. However, the OECD and the G20 steps have given real momentum. I think that Europe must not stand on the sidelines, otherwise it runs the risk of having very deleterious effects, returning to forms of economic nationalism, and even worse, it would be political nationalism. Thank you.
Causi, la parola ora a Karine Berger, prego.
Karine Berger now has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Causi. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for having dealt with tax harmonization. It's quite a nuisance to find that we have coordination at a budgetary level in the European Union without us having come to any forms of tax harmonization. I would like to refer to taxation of multinationals and corporate taxation. We know that a certain number of countries in 2008 and 2009 had fiscal issues because they chose to go down the path of tax dumping vis-à-vis their European partners, and a certain number of taxation rates were too low, were set too low to attract multinationals, multinational holdings, and within the European Union, a number of countries continue to choose this strategy to attract the headquarters of multinational corporations. If we don't come to an agreement on approaches that will avoid this type of behavior, then the same problems will arise again in years to come. And I agree with one of the speakers. I really do fear that the tax load will be too heavy on our citizens, especially those who cannot move about and transfer to other countries. Tax harmonization within the European Union is very important, and the main recommendations that were made in the G20 deal with imbalances that exist within the European Union. So in the months and years to come, we must, just as we coordinate our fiscal policies, we must come to tax policy coordination to make sure that also that what happened in 2008 will not happen again. Thank you. Thank you. I now would like to give the floor to Emmanuel de Bosch, Belgium. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to thank our speakers who reminded us of the plurality, of the differences of our 28 different systems. And it's true that there is a really harsh tax competition, even tax shopping in our countries, and that can break the bonds of solidarity among our European Union countries, whereas our citizens are looking forward to tax harmonization and social harmonization. Digital economy is a driver of the economy, a driver of growth, but it also reveals the specific nature of our tax systems. I think we should confess our shortcomings and realize also that there are some countries that are attracting capital, others are attracting corporations, others attracting citizens, taxpayers of neighboring countries. We have free competition, has to be fair competition among nations, and we need for that tax coordination, tax policy coordination. When you buy something from another country in Europe, but it's invoiced somewhere else with the lowest VAT, are we really creating jobs? Are we not perhaps destroying jobs? This is experienced very badly by citizens who see it as a damage against our European Union. So how can we combine tax autonomy with harmonization in our countries? Should we not encourage a higher level of transparency, as the United States and Canada have done, where the price before sales tax is shown and the sales tax is also indicated, and which of course raises the issue of the government services that we pay for through our taxes. And would it not be possible also to transfer a greater share of those taxes that weigh heavily on businesses and wages now towards taxation on more mobile products and on real estate and on consumption? Thank you. Thank you for these comments. And finally, before we have the replies of our speakers, Valérie Bon. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Regarding tax erosion for our corporations, it's true that the proposals made by the OECD that were published 10 days ago set forward a number of principles which we as Europeans should look at very carefully and care about, and especially should strive to implement. One of our speakers mentioned the tax base of corporations, and within the European Union there are major differences in this. So some corporations can choose to be taxed where the rates are much lower, and this can lead to tax avoidance, which is legal but which deprives our economies of the tax that should be paid on the value added that is generated in our countries. France has started working on this issue, reflecting on what the tax base should be, try to come to a more common shared approach. It would be very interesting if the 28 European Union countries were to together address the issue, so that at Europe we could have a common tax approach. And among the other recommendations that were formulated by the OECD, there also is the publication aiming at greater transparency of financial data. Europe has a role to play in this. Europe may become, once again, a leader in this area, and it would be very important to have this issue high on the agenda in the months to come. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank Valérie Rabault for that comment, and now give the floor to our speakers, inviting them to be brief as possible, but give them a few minutes to give us a final message they would like to convey based on the comments they received so far. And we start with Salvatore Biasco, first speaker.
Grazie Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I heard the presentations.
Su 3 punti, 1 minuto per punto, forse meno.
Just a couple of things I want to say, just to be a few minutes. First of all, it's not a question of multinationals. The multinationals make use of the existing laws and the incentives which exist, and it's a matter of state laws, of government laws, which are tolerated, and I wonder why. The Court of Justice, which is so strict in taking position in every time it sees any discrepancy from the principle of freedom of establishment, doesn't seem to take any notice of these things. For example, many Portuguese members of parliament have complained of the move of multinationals to the Netherlands. Fiat has done this recently too. Why? Because in the Netherlands there's a law on holdings, so competition on holdings continues despite the PECs, and there are laws in the Netherlands which make it possible to make use of the national legislation and establish the operational headquarters elsewhere. According to the provisions, votes at shareholders' assemblies, at the meetings of holdings can be weighted, so different weights can be attributed. So the legal headquarters established there, and the operational headquarters are then placed in the UK, where you get 21% taxation. So just one comment I would like to make to my colleague Makiyama. It's not a matter, we don't need to look at the taxation rate, the percentage. Obviously, they pay taxation in line with the rate which is established, but I'll just refer to some specific cases which makes it clearer. Amazon has 4 huge logistics centers in the UK with 6,000 employees. We have to look at the profits and the taxation which derive in absolute terms. The profits are negligible. They actually channeled to a parent company in Luxembourg with 200 employees, which then pays patents to another branch which is in Luxembourg too. Just one thing I can say, if the chair allows me, a question to the OECD. I heard a very interesting presentation on the problems which we have, but why do I never hear the word common taxation of companies, common corporate taxation? That should be a goal where there's a single consolidated financial statement which is the basis for taxation. That is allocated based on formulas which actually weigh the presence of the company, and that will put an end to the various tax havens and any artificial establishments in the digital economy. And that will put the end to this problem. We haven't heard of this. Probably OECD has some reservations on this. I'd like to know why. Thank you. Professor Biasco. And we'll give the floor to Lautaro Tamaki, Deputy Secretary General of the OECD.
Briefly, 4 points. The 15 plan BEPS action plan does include some economic analysis. It could provide the potential revenue loss derived from base erosion profit shifting BEPS. The report will be delivered next year. I'd like to say this is not we are not discussing at all companies, all corporate sectors. The question, starting point is the current system, current set of international taxation rules creates opportunities to artificially reduce taxable income and shift profits to low tax jurisdiction for a group of multilateral companies. So we are not discussing macro data, but we have to discuss more sophisticated manner how much BEPS cause a revenue loss. Secondly, some representatives said this BEPS exercise does not only the matter of competition, not matter of allocation of resources, but also it is a matter of fairness, and potentially BEPS could erode the confidence of all taxpayers to the current tax system. What is now at stake is this type of trust. Thirdly, BEPS reports, if successfully launched by the end of next year, the issue is going to your hands. Each of national parliament have to legislate to implement, to make it a legislation. Then we have to go to the implementation phase. Of course, this causes a tremendous challenge, particularly in the implementation in developing countries. We have to provide technical assistance or capacity building for developing countries. Last year, some discussed about shift of tax burden from corporate or impersonal income to real estate, capital gains, pollutions. I'd like to cite one example in Canada. In British Columbia province, the provincial government introduced the taxation on CO2 emission. It is a gradual introduction starting from 7 Canadian dollars per ton, now increased to 30 Canadian dollars. It does not harm any economic growth of British Columbia, and emission has substantially reduced in that province. And the revenue from taxation on CO2 emission was used to reduce the personal and corporate income tax burden. This is really, really political, palatable, and acceptable. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Ora per la replica la parola.
Thank you. Now I'd like to for the reply.
Thank you very much. I would like to first state that it's a great joy to hear that many of the speeches seem to suggest that the potential problem in taxation in the global economy is a problem of legislation and multinational cooperation and not specific to the digital economy issue. And to address the question from Professor Biasco immediately, I do agree with you fully. But it is not a digital economy or traditional economy question because Amazon trade in physical commodities. It's a question between UK and Luxembourg and legislation of these two. In that analysis, you're perfectly correct. And also, I would like to continue on the question about whether we should take unilateral action, and as Madame Angelo from Spain suggested, and I would like to make a little bit of warning here, because our corporation, our workers, make more money abroad than foreigners make money here. If we start to reverse a principle, we will be net losers. So don't fix and tweak with principles because we see some example, because we do the same practice abroad. The third point is about investment competition and fiscal cooperation. As I said at the onset, This is a result of an open market without a fiscal union. I want to be very, very clear. And some of your speakers have even mentioned other delegates in this room and other legislation in Europe as an example of a clear case of tax competition. Every case of taxation is a double-edged sword. We can reach an above and optimum point, and we will start to basically chase away investment, and that goes both ways. And I would like to basically raise here, although I'm in favor of a fiscal coordination, there is a double-edged sword. If you have a flat corporate tax rate in Europe, you might see that your corporation will move to countries with better linguistic or geographical advantages or more populous populations. This is a very, very difficult question to tackle. If I had an answer, I would have delivered that today. And also, when it comes to taxation of workers, and I would like to once again stress that there is no correlation between lower corporate taxation and increased tax on income. There is simply none. That's an unscientific statement. These two tend to follow each other. And also, workers tend to move where the opportunities are. And I'm a living example of it. And this is where I ended up in Europe once upon a time. And I would like to also address a couple of more points. One made by Mr. De Bock of my resident country, Belgium. And it's in regards to the digital economy destroying jobs. That's also a scientifically incorrect statement. The net effect of the digital economy is positive. And taxes, actually, this may sound controversial, doesn't create jobs. Corporations and government agencies do. And in short, if you are in a market economy, you have to have viable corporations in order to create jobs. And that's another very, very difficult balance to make. And there is a difference also between corporate taxation and taxation on dividends. One is about basically removing the space to invest in the market, and the other one is actually taking money out of corporation. These are two fundamental different things. And the final point is in regards to the competition discipline as suggested by Mr. Mechelbach. And this is, I think, is a very interesting way. And I take note of Commission's approach in this regard and looking at tax breaks as an unfair state subsidies. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie.
Thank you very much. And the last response, Professor Michael Pagano.
I only have two brief comments, but one is rather global. As Mr. Domjanovic has pointed out, that taxation is a matter of social justice. When tax policies are created, they are created with an understanding that some individuals and firms are going to bear a heavier burden than others. And tax incidence, as it is called, is important to consider as you you create policies to readjust your tax structure. In my home country, in the United States, those who do escape taxation by moving to other jurisdictions raise the price of providing the service from their departing cities. And that is that the tax base in those cities shrinks, and yet the tax base in those cities, because they are dependent on the retail sales tax, means that it is the tax incidence is even greater on the lower income individuals. Retail sales taxes are a regressive form of taxation. The more dependent the local governments are on a retail sales tax, the more regressive system there is. The higher that tax rate is, the more regressive that is, the higher the tax incidence on lower income individuals. So I would ask that as you consider the readjustment of your tax structure, that you think of it in terms of tax incidence and who's bearing the burden and who's benefiting from the services. The second is Mr. Pimerovs identified the land tax as a possibility of land doesn't move, it's inescapable, and therefore it can be taxed. I think a land tax would be an excellent way of requiring, through the market mechanism, requiring that the best and most productive use of land will be made of that land, the higher the land tax is on it. There are very few illustrations of that around the world, but it is something that might be worth experimenting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Grazie, grazie.
Many thanks to Michael Pagano. I really wish to thank our four keynote speakers. And with this, I wish to adjourn our final session. And without any breaks, we're going to move on to the final part of today's meeting, on the debate of the draft rules of procedure of the conference. I would like to thank our keynote speakers again. I trust that despite the complexity and the delicate nature of the issues to be considered, we'll be working together for a text which will be presented for the Conference of Presidents, which will be take place in Rome, spring 2015. So I'd like to encourage all delegations to be constructive in their approach and to avoid, if we do have a common goal, any excessive and pointless rigidity. It would be truly a missed opportunity for all of us if we can't define the rules under which to organize the proceedings of the conference. Also want to point out to all groups that the previous regulation of the conference, PSC 2C, which took a long time to be approved, is not a good example, and the consideration of the elements we've considered over the last 2 days should encourage us to not to be too self-referential on procedural matters, and really to focus more on the goals we wish. On 17th September, we sent a draft to all the delegations, and the text is being distributed. And this is the result of the work of the committees of the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. As part of our presidency, we decided to present this text so as to encourage a convergence of positions among delegates, taking into account the previous discussion on the rules of procedure carried out presented in October on the Lithuanian Parliament in 2013, which we thank for their efforts. We also want to thank the Greek colleagues who contributed to reflection on the rules of procedure during their presidency, and also presented a summary of the rules, which has also been very valuable for our work. The draft we've presented is based to a large extent on the Lithuanian draft, to which we've made just a few corrections in view of the requirements which did not make it possible for this to be brought to a close during the Lithuanian semester. We made a few simplifications in order to make the text leaner, with a view to the fact that overcomplicated text would not be useful, and also in light of the positions expressed in the debate. We indicated two separate options on the most contentious points. For example, the denomination, the goal of the conference, and the rules of voting for the approval of conclusions. If there are no objections, the draft presented by our Italian delegation were the basis for our debate, as can also be seen from the fact that some of the amendments presented by 5 delegations, Greece, Ireland, UK, German, and the French National Assembly, refer to this, and the amendments are in a folder which is distributed and are listed according to the paragraphs, the paragraph numbering. If you agree, I'd like to open this with some general statements. We already received requests for the floor on the part of 7 colleagues who have already registered, and after the general comments we'll have a open discussion. We currently have 7 colleagues who've asked for the floor.
Sono i colleghi Bo, Bernardson, Daniel Aurois, Olli Rehn, Ella Dunga
and Dunga Loper. Beside Loper Bartol and Sharon Lynch.
La parola.
I'd like to give the floor to Bobby Natson, and I'd like to ask our colleagues Roberto Gualtieri. This is the 8th statement planned, and I'd like to ask our colleagues to keep to 2 minutes. Bobby Natson has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, allow me as an introduction to reflect somewhat impertinent maybe on the state of the European Union. Is it really more institutions such as the Fiscal Compact that Europe needs? I'd say maybe. Was it more conferences and duplicated debates that Europe needs? I'd say hardly. Before the birth of the Fiscal Compact, there was the Growth and Stability Pact. We had recently decided to launch the 6-pack and the 2-pack to improve economic governance. We were practicing the European semester and so on. So I must say this before I go into details. The main European problem is that there is a lack of new ideas. There is a need for a new type of governance that promotes sustainable growth, that meets the challenges of growing inequality, mass unemployment and social exclusion. I'd say that these challenges have been waiting for us for a long time. They have been waiting for determined political action, and they still are. And this being said, we have a new instrument at hand, the Fiscal Compact, and some new conferences to administrate. So, okay, let's do it, and let's make it useful. I have a few remarks from the Swedish point of view about the rules of procedure of this conference. In accordance with what I earlier said, I would like to stress the importance of using our resources and our time in an efficient way. We therefore think it's a good idea that this conference replaces the meeting of the chairpersons of relevant committees. We also support the idea, already been practiced, that the interparliamentary conference in the first semester is coordinated with the cycle of the European semester and therefore takes place within the framework of the European Parliamentary Week. At last, the idea of this conference is to give opportunities to parliaments to change experiences and best practice. But the conference is not given any competence to take decisions that are binding to national parliaments or to European Parliament. Therefore, as we see it, it is rather meaningless to adopt conclusions with qualified majority. The only reasonable way to do it is to adopt them by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernardson. Next speaker is Daniel Aurois.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I wish to thank you personally for having explained very well that it would be good for us to leave this forum with rules of procedure which have been approved, and thank you to the Italian delegation for having prepared this draft so well, which is, I think, a good compromise between us all, because we shouldn't forget that the Fiscal Compact in Article 13 envisages this conference. And so this should also be a way to contribute to the European economic governance, which is being assembled, and to strengthen the legitimacy of the area covered by the treaty through parliamentary activity. On the other hand, the conference cannot be reduced to a simple parliamentary forum of discussion. And we do discussion on a number of issues every day. Instead, it should be a forum destined to guarantee the democratic responsibility and the legitimacy of the decisions in the area of economic and financial governance. That's the idea of the conclusions in Nicosia and the positions of the Italian case. We still have to hear the ECB, the Eurogroup and others in order that they can present our positions and discuss them. And ordinary meetings should be held at the key moments of the European semester, we believe, and we thought that June, after the proposal of the recommendation of the European Community, and November, December, after the annual analysis of growth, would be the best times to have a debate. But this is a specific proposal which obviously can be amended, but it's important for these two times to be established. What we feel to be established is, what is essential is that a final document, whatever its name, should emerge from this conference, and or whether it comes directly from the conference or whether it comes from the current presidency, which may seem to be more logical. But this document must really demonstrate the work done, demonstrate the effectiveness and the need for and the transparency which elected officers must demonstrate with regard to all our population. Thank you. Thank you for this very effective statement. Olli Rehn has the floor.
Grazie, signor Presidente. Mr. President, colleagues, I want to first warmly thank the Italian Parliament on behalf of the European Parliament delegation for organizing this conference so well, and thus facilitating an open and substantive exchange of views on economic governance and economic and budgetary policy. And we've done this from a cross-national European standpoint, which has helped to feed each other's debates. At the same time, it's clear that this conference cannot replace the homework on the home ground of each and every national parliament. Each and every national parliament, in line with our common rules of and treaties on economic governance, carries out its own responsibility for accountability and democratic legitimacy in the national context of a member state. I also appreciate, we appreciate President your and Speaker Laura Boldrini's very sensible and pragmatic approach as regards the nature of this final discussion and steps towards the spring speakers conference next year in 2015 here in Rome, which is the right place to take decisions. So based on this experience and previous ones that we have had together, we are of the view that we can best achieve the objectives as they are defined in the treaty in Article 13, so that we work on the basis of 3 points and principles. First, let's keep the focus and format as they are broadly, and we can continue the discussion on this in the coming months. And we are ready to contribute to that. No one likes Troika. We don't like Troika, so we would prefer a quartet on an equal footing to conduct the work of discussing the practical arrangements for the next conference and further. Second, we should respect the consensus principle the purpose of this conference never was an adoption of formal conclusions by vote. And third, we should avoid over-formalizing this conference. We can always discuss practical arrangements, but not make rigid decision rules. And moreover, taking into account the rather large number of amendments and counter-amendments, I think this would not be very useful. So, in conclusion, let's use today's discussion to pave the way for a formal decision in the Speakers' Conference here in Rome in spring next year, so we can better ensure that we can avoid unnecessary procedural wrangling and instead focus on policy substance and genuine dialogue as we have done here yesterday and today. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie. Onorevole Rehn.
Thank you, Mr. Rehn. And now the floor goes to Ella Gunnenberg-Glob.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, verehrte.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, I would like to also express my gratitude to the Italian Parliament. I also very much welcome the fact that there was a detailed debate on the rules of procedure. From the point of view of the Bundesrat, it is an important wish to have rules of procedure for this conference. I'd like to make some comments from the vantage point of the Bundesrat. First, I would like to point out that the purpose of this conference, and that has just been presented by the previous speakers, is to discuss central issues of European financial economic policy. This conference is intended to be a forum serving the interparliamentary exchange of opinions on these issues. So we believe that this conference cannot communicate democratic legitimacy. This is a task that our respective chambers at national level have and at European level have to take over. Another issue that's very important to us is that we continue to support the opinion of the Conference of the Parliamentary Presidents, namely that each delegation decides on the size of, or that each chamber decides on the size of its delegations. The fear expressed by the Greeks that there would be a dominance of economically more powerful chambers is something that I cannot agree with, because we're all here to have an exchange on contents and not to dominate one another. And as a consequence from this, I would like to underline that I believe that this conference can only come up with non-binding conclusions, and I can only say that if we pass conclusions, they can only be passed on the basis of a compromise, and they need to have decisions that are based on the general interest of everybody who's participating in this conference. And in order to do this, I hope that there will be broad support. And from what I've heard so far, I have understood that a lot of other participants share this position. Thank you.
La parola ora a Birut Desait, prego.
Thank you. Birut Desait has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, let me start by thanking the Italian presidency for preparing the updated draft rules of procedure based on the proposal of Lithuanian presidency. This is the proof that the Vilnius process is working. As the position of Lithuanian Seimas was clearly laid out in the original draft, today I would like to touch upon just a few points. First, the title of the conference. As the presidency, which was asked by the speakers to organize the inaugural meeting of the Article 13 conference, we consulted broadly on its title. I would like to recall the fact that presidential troika and a number of national parliaments were in favor of the interparliamentary conference on economic and financial governance of the EU. In our opinion, it is a title that is short, clear, and most importantly, understandable to the public. Therefore, we support option 1. Second, the Italian presidency suggests removing the reference to the European Parliamentary Week from its rules of procedure. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that at Nicosia Speakers' Conference, there was an agreement that this new interparliamentary conference will replace the European Parliamentary Week or is organized separately. Third, side events. The existing practice of interparliamentary cooperation, especially in COSAC and the Conference of Common Foreign and Security Policy and Common Security and Defense Policy, shows that topical debates in smaller groups, workshops, and breakout sessions prove to be useful. We would therefore suggest restoring article and side events contained in the original draft. Fourth and final, on the adoption of the rules of procedure, we are convinced that this is the job of the conference itself. Both previous interparliamentary conferences had adopted their own rules of procedure. We therefore urge our colleagues to reach a consensus on the rules of procedure and have been adopted today as provided in point 7 of the contributions to the Vilnius conference. This would allow our Latvian and Luxembourg colleagues who hold the presidencies in 2015 to have a solid basis for preparation of this conference, focusing on the content rather than procedures. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Norbert Barton has the floor.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Ich will mich zunächst bei der
Thank you very much, President. First of all, I would like to thank the Italian presidency for further developing the rules of procedure as were drafted in Vilnius. You have received various positions from different countries, and I would like to agree with the Speaker of the Parliament that we should actually be able today to agree and adopt the rules of procedure. It is important to have common rules. This is the only way to make complex systems work, and it's the only way of working here together. It's not just for bees that this applies, but it also applies to people like us. So you should really adopt the rules of procedure. We don't need the European Parliament to help us with that. We don't need the Speakers of Parliament's conference to tell us how to do it. I think we are really independent enough to decide on our own rules. If I look at the various opinions and amendments that were tabled, I think we see that there is far-reaching consensus. There are very few points where the opinions diverge. Mainly it concerns the title and the content, basically, of the conference. And I think the substance is what really matters. I think we should all agree that the focus of our work is the financial and economic governance and coordination. Any other topics will only open the door to more topics being introduced into this forum, and I think we should be very careful with that. Then there's another thing that we disagree on, that is the democratic legitimacy. I agree with the Bundesrat, and I think I speak on behalf of the German Parliament, that democratic legitimacy is derived from the parliaments. And I think if there are conclusions, we should only adopt them when we do that based on consensus. But we don't actually think that there need to be conclusions at all. Then there's the size of the delegation. I think we want to leave it to the country and to the parliaments to decide how big their delegation should be. And this was just one point I wanted to add. And please, bear with me. We also want to make the point that we would like to see German as a third language here as part of the official language regime. I think we owe this not only to us, but also to the many colleagues who speak the German language.
Grazie. La parola ora.
Thank you. Turning just the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'd like to
along with my other colleagues here today, commend and congratulate the Italian members for hosting and organising what has been a very worthwhile and very insightful conference. Today, Mr. Chairperson, I wish to speak to the two amendments to the Presidency draft rules of procedure proposed by the Irish delegation. These relate to scope of conference and also to the review of the functioning of the conference. Amendment 1 relates to Rule 1.1, which is scope of the conference, and we wish to amend option 2 as follows: to economic stability, coordination, governance and budgetary policy in the EU, particularly in the EMU, taking into account the social dimension without prejudice to the competences of the EU Parliaments. Our reason for this is that the terms of stability, coordination and governance refer both to stability and coordination, so we believe it would be more consistent to adapt the proposed scope of the conference to the purposes as set out in the treaty. Stability, coordination, governance are separate, laudable and distinct concepts, and budgetary policy is specifically mentioned in the treaty. With regard to Amendment number 2, Chairperson, which is Rule 8.1, this is a review of the functioning of the conference, and we wish to amend Rule 8.1 such that the review would start in the second semester of 2015 and be submitted to the Speakers' Conference in Rome in 2014. Our reason for doing this is that paragraph 11 of the conclusions of the Speakers' Conference in Nicosia state that the Conference of Speakers recommends conducting a review of these arrangements of the conference, and that the relevant presidency submit the conclusions of the said review to the Conference of Speakers of the European Union Parliaments in 2015. It established this timeline knowing that the first Article Conference would take place in Vilnius and the second in Rome. This has now happened, and we are now coming to the conclusion of this today, so we see that there is no logical reason, and no logical reason has been advanced as to why this timeline should be changed, and we believe we should adhere to the original timeline. With regard to the size of delegations, Chairperson, I'll be very brief. The size of delegations is only an issue of concern if we introduce voting rights into these meetings. The Irish position is not to introduce voting rights, and therefore we are not of the view that delegations should be prescripted in these meetings either, and that they should be very much a matter of the different parliaments and the European Union as such to decide how many people they send here, and we do not see this as a problem unless we move into the arena of voting, to which the Irish delegation is opposed to.
Grazie. La parola ora.
Thank you. Andrei Galateski has the floor.
Thank you very much. At the beginning, I would like to read one sentence from conclusion of Conference of Speakers from Vilnius. This one sentence is as follows. Speakers consider that conference could have its own rules of procedures and may adopt not binding conclusions. So, the duty to prepare final document is our duty. It's not duty of speakers, of Conference of Speakers. So it's, I think that we should finish this work today in the nearest future. We had enough time for discussion. I think that we are very close to finish this work. We fully support Lithuanian delegation and German delegation, and I'd like to repeat that conference should replace the European Parliamentary Week, or at least be clearly distinguished from it. It should be put in the rules of procedures. Second, we already agreed the name Interparlamentary Conference of Economic and Financial Governance of EU, which was adopted in Vilnius. And there is no need to change it. Third, the conference should have the right to adopt non-binding conclusions by consensus. And the fourth, the conference itself should adopt the rules of procedures. Today I said it at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Lord Harrison has the floor.
Colleagues, I speak as a member of a parliament
a national parliament for 15 years, and before that a member of the European Parliament for 10 years. I do agree with Olli Rehn. It would be preferable to have conclusions adopted by consensus. We prefer as a general principle that there should be flexibility reflecting the varying systems within parliaments, and that finds expression in our amendment 2.6. We are also comfortable with using the language of stability, coordination and the government, but would prefer not to mention the treaty in the title. On delegation sizes, we believe that's for the speakers to consider, as they have agreed that delegations should determine their own sizes. We are sympathetic to our colleagues in the Greek Parliament, but a cap, we believe, will not prevent the variable delegations, of which there are two very clear examples at this very conference. And finally, we agree with our Irish colleagues' proposal that the conference be reviewed on the timetable foreseen by the Speakers' Conference. Finalmente, President, vorrei ringraziare la Presidenza italiana.
And my thanks to the Italian presidency. Thank you.
E ora la parola a
Christophe Krecha has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. I find it regrettable that we don't seem today to be able to settle this issue and come to an agreement on our regulations. It's a pity, because what is at stake here is credibility. It's Article 13 of the treaty that really calls on us, imposes on us to find the appropriate organization for us to exist and work effectively. And I think that the impediments that have arisen once again in this conference are regrettable. We need to come to a solution. I don't think that we are actually far from it when we hear the proposals of the different delegations. We're not that far from an agreement. I'm thinking of the proposals in particular made by the German delegation, which seem to me to be reasonable, and I think they would enable us to reach an agreement. This conference is not a new assembly. We're all aware of that. It cannot be considered to be a mere informal forum between national parliaments, the European Parliament. If that were the case, I'm sure that the attendance of the conference would be compromised. So we need to come up with rules of procedure that will enable this conference to function, for its proceedings to be understandable, for it to have its visibility, external visibility, and to be able to operate in good conditions. So we must come to an outcome. There must be a conclusion to this meeting. I agree on the fact that we can adopt the rules by consensus. I understand the reasons for that, but I think that based on discussions to date, we should be able to come to that, and indeed, as of today, we should be able to come to a conclusion.
Grazie. La parola.
Thank you. Roberto Gualtieri has the floor.
Well, first, I would like to underline that remarkable success, I would say, of this conference clearly shows that we have the conference. So we have a conference, we have some working arrangements that are working and allow us to have a good conference. Of course, we should finalize our work and conclude the preparation, the revision of the current arrangements. But I fully agree with what President Boldrini said in his introductory remarks, that this task will be concluded in 2015 as agreed in Nicosia. And of course, as you know, the Parliament, for its practical internal reasons, we had elections, could not participate to the process of presenting amendments. So, of course, the European Parliament reserves the right to present its own amendment in the following weeks and months. But I have to say that I agree with the colleagues that here we are very close on an agreement on the main principles, which are already the principle we are already having in the current arrangements. First, as it's been clearly said, and the democratic legitimacy is assured at the level at which decisions are taken. This is a different task. The conference is clearly task defined by the Article 13 of Fiscal Compact, which is indeed a very relevant task. I consider this absolutely relevant, and I elaborate on this also in my intervention yesterday. Second, the conference might, maybe saying should is too much, but is right that can have conclusions, of course, by consensus. This is, I consider, pretty logic. Of course, for us is important a working method which allows a common agenda setting by the national parliaments and the European Parliament. There is a possibility of this troika, which in reality is a quartet, or a possibility we have in the CFSP conference. We are open to discuss that. Finally, of course, the title of the conference should reflect the legal basis that clearly defines which the title should be, which is Article 13 of Fiscal Compact. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Two more statements. Mr. Cariello has the floor.
Sì, grazie Presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought that I would make this statement because I want to follow on what Mr. Olli Rehn said. I think that rather than speaking as a parliamentarian, he expressed the opinions of a former commissioner of the European Commission. I heard him speak of the homework of national parliaments. Well, I cannot accept this sentence here in this hall. We must put an end to this. If we want to, this fiscal compact to have a democratic nature, and we know that it is lacking in democratic legitimacy, Article 13 is actually the only basis for democratic legitimacy that this conference may have. So we can speak about adopting common positions on a consensus basis. I think that another session should be dedicated to in-depth discussion on these rules of procedure. I think that is necessary, and I don't think that the decisions of this conference should be left to a small board of presidents alone. All parliamentary assemblies should take part in the discussion, in the merit of the issues. I heard in the words of the former Commissioner Rehn an invitation to avoid discussion on the merit, on the subjects. But with that approach, Europe isn't going anywhere. So let's open up the debate with the opinions of the national parliaments. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sakinidis has the last statement.
I'm concerned that if we finally decide not to produce conclusions, then we are confronted with the risk to transform this conference to an academic seminar for parliamentarians. And definitely this is not what national parliaments need at this point. Therefore, I would argue that there is need to produce non-binding conclusions as stated in Vilnius Speakers Conference last April. With regard to the scope of the conference, I would argue that we should not restrict it to issues related just to budget, as the treaty itself refers to other issues as well in Articles 1 and 9. In our view, the conference should cover economic, financial and budgetary issues. Thank you.
Sì, intanto.
Yes, in the meantime, I'd like to alert you to the fact that the presidency has drawn up a report, minutes of the meeting, which will be sent out to the delegations this afternoon. It seems quite clear to me that I think that the common feature in the statements we've heard with different tones and different outlooks which we have on the construction of Europe, I think indicate that there's a need to complete the work which has been begun. The Italian presidency is very determined to move forward, and I wish to thank all colleagues who've made a constructive input to the discussion, which I believe represents progress towards the definition of a complete and agreed text, because if we weren't to reach a conclusion and just went on from one suggestion to another, this conference would probably turn into a pleasant forum for cultural exchanges, something which I think we all wish to avoid. I think we clarified a number of aspects on specific issues where there are different positions. In particular, I'm referring to the relationship between the conference and the European week and the area of operation of the conference. With regard to the review, I would think it's strange to undertake that when we don't have rules of procedure yet. And on the dates of holding of the conference, we consider that in the months of November and December, almost all parliaments are involved in budgetary decisions, and it would be particularly complicated to try to organize meetings in when debates on budgetary matters are taking place in national parliaments. Taking into account the positions expressed the Italian presidency, in any case, we'll prepare a consolidated text which will soon, in coming weeks, be circulated to the delegations. I hope that in this way we'll be able to submit to the Conference of Presidents of the European Parliaments next spring a consensus-based text. And we think that there's unanimity on the idea of not postponing further, so the text we will send you, as far as we're concerned, will be considered to be a final text. Mr. Gualtieri. Thank you. I agree with your conclusions. I simply wish to say that the Parliament will contribute to this consolidated text through its own proposals. Yes, we'll collect all the input which you wish to provide us with. I wish to thank you. These have been 2 very intense days. We've been now told that a group photo will be taken here in the chamber, not outside, so as to place delegations more easily. So we're going to have the photo inside the chamber.
I think it is a very good proposal that this process, which has been going on since Vilnius, will be concluded. Wouldn't it be possible, we all have good staff, that until the next conference, which is planned for February of 2015, we already have a proposal that we can decide upon, and not until the President's conference, so that we have a tighter timetable, so a draft based on consensus until February of next week. We have very good staff, and I believe that they are absolutely able to do this.
Thank you. Yes, I've repeated that the text will be circulated in the coming weeks in order for us to reach an agreement and to conclude it. So we'll conclude the process in the coming weeks. And thanks again. With this, I consider the meeting adjourned. Once again, greetings from President Boldrini. I thank all delegations, and I would like to ask the delegations to take their positions at the center of the chamber so that we can take our group photograph.